It's working.
Ansonsten schreibt auf dem Zettel, I have no sound. Das sehen die.
Ja.
So a very good morning to all of you. We are delighted to welcome you to this virtual platform for this webinar organized by the Ancient Indian History and Culture Department, University of Calcutta. The title of the webinar is Imaging the Divine Survivals and Continuities in Indian Iconography. We are about to start, but before we start, at the very beginning, we would like to pay our tribute to our former teachers, friends, colleagues, and former students who have left us during the pandemic years. We request you all. We request you all to observe 1 minute silence in the loving memory of our departed friends.
Hallo? Hallo? Also der Mikrofon funktioniert. Aber die auch reagieren nicht. So, okay, pass mal auf.
Batterie bei 100%. Verbunden mit die Energie, die 9 Watt und die Ordinate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so I think login is having some problem.
Some noises are coming. Some noises are coming.
Ja, aber will mein Mikrofon...
There's some noise. Some noises.
Feedback. Some feedbacks are coming.
Oh, du hörst mich.
Ja, we can hear
Das heißt, Mikrofon funktioniert.
Login, you are audible and we all can see you.
We can see you. You are audible. Now we are about to start.
Du bist bei YouTube.
And now may I invite.
Die hören dich.
Some sounds are coming, no?
Okay.
There's some feedback. Kaushik, can you see to it?
Hier bei mir höre ich nichts, aber nur bei dir. Ich höre nichts hier. Oh, Scheiße. Mist. Ich weiß nicht, wie ich kriege auf meine Teilen. Oh. Was ist Bildschirm? Oh Gott, also warum haben Sie dieses System benutzen? Bildschirm teilen. Die Bildschirmfreigabe. Kim, bitte, ich schreie, ich finde meine Datei nicht. Bildschirm teilen.
Prita, আমাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে?
Ich weiß nicht, wie das funktioniert.
Excuse me, Prita, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? আরে একটা লোক ঢুকে রয়েছে না, একই সঙ্গে কিরণ গ্রান্ট রয়েছেন, সবাই রয়েছেন, ওনাদের এগুলোর জন্য সাউন্ড এসে যাচ্ছে, সব রয়েছে। তো শান্তনী দি ল্যাপটপে দেখো
দেখো,
তলায় দেখতে পাবে।
Immer 5 Sekunden später, was du gesagt hast.
তলায় আসছে না,
Ich
কিন্তু
weiß nicht, wie
ওনাদের
das funktioniert. Das ist das erste Mal, dass ich das System benutze.
একটু অ্যানাউন্স করে দাও।
I'm very sorry. Akim, lass mich sprechen. You hear me. I'm very sorry, but I don't know how I
Okay,
get my PowerPoint in this program.
Claudine, excuse me, Claudine, can you hear me? Claudine, can you hear me? Hello, Claudine, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, I
Claudine,
hear
okay.
you from
Claudine,
your Kim's computer,
coming from the
not
YouTube,
mine.
yeah.
Should I go on YouTube?
No, probably.
no,
Claudine,
please,
enter-
you
Yes.
stop the, Claudine, you have to stop the YouTube. You have to stop that YouTube. That is creating noise here. You can run both of that. You have to stop the YouTube.
Well, okay, I don't have YouTube. I am in StreetYard.
You are in StreamYard, but there is YouTube
Okay.
is going on besides you. You have to stop that one.
Akim, bitte.
Some of the fellow is there.
Akim, ich will hören, was er sagt.
Ja, ich habe jetzt YouTube
No,
ausgemacht.
loud is better.
Nein, du musst nicht. Du bist meine Cue, dass ich höre sie. Du bist nicht auf meinem Computer, du bist auf deinem Computer. Bitte. I'm very sorry. This is the first time I'm using this system, so I don't know how it's working. My PowerPoint
Okay. Now
is
now
open
it's okay.
on my desktop. But
Okay.
I do not know how
Okay.
to get the PowerPoint that you see it.
I am telling you, in your laptop you can see share option. In StreamYard, where are you in? There you can see StreamYard, in StreamYard share option. You have to opt that one. So just before that, we want to start the program,
Okay.
and we should go by the schedule. There is a welcome address and the introduction of theme. After that, when you are going to give keynote address, then we will definitely describe you how to use that. Okay, Claudine. So let's begin with our scheduled program. Over to you, Peter.
Okay. Let's start.
Do you see
Let's
it
start.
now? Akim, do you see something?
Nein.
So now may I invite Dr. Shantali Khan, the head of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, to deliver her welcome address.
Thank you, Prita, and a very good morning, a very good spring morning indeed. It's my privilege to get the opportunity to speak in front of you this August assembly on the occasion of our departmental webinar on imaging the divine, survivals and continuities in Indian iconography, organized by the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta. We really have an impressive line of speakers today, and I convey my thanks to all the speakers and the chairperson, Professor Claudine Baudre-Picton, who is an old friend of the department, and we are very happy to have you, Claudine, today here. And the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture actually have a long tradition of organizing annual seminars. Last year in the pandemic situation, in March 2021, we also organized an webinar on literary foundations of the history of Indian antiquity, the epics and the Dharma Shastras. So this year our theme is on Indian iconography, which has been studied from different approaches. And so without wasting much time, I should hand over the microphone to Professor Sudipa Rai Bandopadhyay, who will introduce the theme of the seminar. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. Hello.
Akim, ich kann es nicht kriegen.
Claudine, ich höre doch laufend von dir ein Echo.
Akim, ich kann es nicht kriegen.
Shall I start? Okay. Without wasting any
Hörst du nicht
time,
das durchlaufen?
without wasting any time, today I am introducing the seminar. There is lots of noise. The theme of the seminar of our webinar is Imaging the Divine, Survivals and Continuities in Indian Iconography. I just want to introduce, we'll talk a little bit of it. After that, lots of renowned speakers are there. So all of us should learn from them. The practice of imaging the divine has long been a part of both the orthodox and heterodox religious traditions in India. But this practice of imaging the divine was not fixed once and for all by the various sects. It changed over time and space. This becomes apparent when we study the structural art of the various religious sects down the ages. Vedic people did not worship images or idols.
Meine PowerPoint nicht drin.
They worshipped gods through prayers, chants, songs, rituals, and sacrificial ceremonies. They envisioned them as divine entities who manifested upon earth as forces of nature. The practice of worshipping images or idols of gods and goddesses might have become a part of ancient Vedic religion through non-Vedic traditions. When holding sacrificial ceremonies became too expensive, the Brahmana priests adopted image worship as a convenient, inexpensive, and easier alternative. The Indus Valley people seem to have a tradition of honoring their deities in image form with ritual worship. Many ceilings and figurines of the period testify to this. Vedic people also did not build any temples to house their gods. For them, the sky itself was their abode. However, there are some indications that a few communities in the south erected temples in honor of their gods, whom they equated with King Ko and called the temple coil, which means both king's house and God's house. The temples were originally built with wood. The practice of using stone in the building of temples came much later. The earliest temples were probably built in honor of the local deities, who were subsequently identified with Shiva or Vishnu as their rightful power manifestation. The tradition of building temples to house gods probably emerged from the early cave temples, which are found in several parts of India. Rural people in remote parts of India traditionally worshipped for a long time idols, statues, symbols, or images of village deities, that is Grama Devata, snakes, rivers, mountains, and trees, to appease them and seek their blessings for a good harvest or protection against calamities and diseases. The deities were mostly left in open without a shelter and worshipped on specific occasions. Sometimes, instead of images, they simply worshipped stones or mounds, which were probably remnants of ancient monoliths. The worship of village deities, serpents, and trees is ages of India even now. The first undoubted historical reference to image worship by an Aryan tribe occurs in a passage of Quintus Curtius, who states that an image of Heracles was carried in front of the Paurava army as it advanced against Alexander. Patanjali in his Mahabhashya refers to the exhibition and sale of images of Shiva, Skanda, and Vishaka by the Mauryans. Megasthenes in his Indica also writes about people carrying images in procession. The emergence of Tantra in both Hinduism and Buddhism and the popularity of Bhakti in Shaivism and Vaishnavism also contributed to the growing acceptance of image worship among the Vedic community. Over time, image worship became central to Hinduism. The tradition of large-scale temple construction under royal patronage began in the post-Mauryan period and picked momentum during the Gupta period. It continued for at least 1,000 years, during which great temples were built not only in the Indian subcontinent but also abroad, as far as Malaysia and Thailand. Fashioning images. So many.
Please, can you mute yourself? We can't hear.
Fashioning images of the divine was thus not just an art activity in India, it was deeply related to other important socio-economic issues. Today's day-long seminar proposes to discuss various aspects of this tradition of image making among the various religious sects in India. Thank you. I want to hand over to Rita again. Rita, please say everybody to mute. There are lots of noises.
Can you please mute yourselves?
Ich kann es nicht.
Only the speaker should kind of unmute herself. The others are requested.
Ja, aber die sagen mute your, das habe ich jetzt gemacht.
Mute?
Mute, ich sollte das runter. Mute heißt stumm.
Ja. But I don't hear anything.
Das ist das Problem.
Ich höre sie gar nicht. So, ich weiß nicht.
Hast du bei dir die Lautstärke wirklich hoch?
Ja, das ist das Maximal.
Nein, mach mal unten auf dem.
Oh Gott.
Ja.
Oh.
So, thank you, Shudipa Di. Professor Shudipa Rai Bandopadhyay is the real moving force behind this webinar. And without wasting any more time, may I now request Dr. Claudine Beaudesset-Pichron to deliver her keynote address. Dr. Beaudesset-Pichron really needs no introduction to this audience. I'll just give a formal introduction. She is one of the most eminent art historians with groundbreaking research in Burmese art, Eastern Indian art, facets of Buddhist art, and archaeology of Bagan, just to name a few. Today, she has chosen a really fascinating topic for her keynote address, and the title of her paper is From South Bengal to the Himalaya, the Mountains as Divine Residents. So without further ado, I request Dr. Beaudesset-Pichron to deliver her keynote address. Dr. Beaudesset-Pichron.
Thank you very much. But before I start, I want to make a test, because what I see on my screen is the StreamYard page. And I see that you see my PowerPoint. This I see. Akim, you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see.
Well, it's okay. You see my PowerPoint. It's very great. If I put it full screen now, you tell me if you see it full screen or not. Huh? Do you see it full screen or not?
No.
So this is the point. Okay, good. Okay.
Yes.
Now it's fine.
Yeah.
But now I want to make another test. I'm going to push a picture. Do you see it's working?
Das war doch eben da.
Akim, you have it full screen now?
Yes, it's full screen.
Yes. And excuse me, one more test, and then I go on. Does it change the picture?
Yes.
Okay, then
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'm very much sorry. Okay, full screen means that you don't see the slides on the left side or not?
Wir sehen die.
And now?
Wir sehen sie immer noch. Du musst auf starten, Bildschirmpräsentation starten. Nein, jetzt sehen wir wieder. Ja, jetzt. Aber jetzt sieht man eben auch.
Oh, is it now? Okay. Full screen or not?
Nein, ich sehe links noch die ganzen Teilnehmer.
Ja, die ganzen
jetzt ist Full Screen.
Okay, Full Screen for me.
Ich sehe links noch die Teilnehmer.
Ja, das ist kein Problem. Das
jetzt,
ist
jetzt wunderbar. Ja,
okay, thank you very much. So now you must have the full screen with the presentation. I'm very much sorry. It's the very first time that I'm using this system. And I want first to thank you, all of you, for this very kind invitation to deliver this talk. So I'm going to speak about some elements dealing with iconography. When we deal with iconography, we traditionally consider image of deities and we identify them. We follow the development of this iconography, but we more really pay attention to motifs which are seen around the deities. We neglect them, we forget them, we consider them as decorative ornamentation. And my question is, are they not in fact part of the iconography? So before I go to a motif which has not been dealt with to best of my knowledge up to now, I want to show some example. You have here an image of Surya. Everybody would say, oh, it's Surya with his two Padmas and the wives in the lower part. But there are huge differences. What can we know about the god when we see just in front of the back slab, which doesn't have any ornamentation? Here you have some attempt to represent the throne with some animals. Here the throne is fully depicted. So there already some differences. What would you say about Surya when we see him in front of the back throne? But there the throne is no more depicted. What you have are in fact the Adityas, who are depicted around the god. And when you look at the lower part here, when you have Danda and Pingala and the wives, here the wives are very small, but Danda and Pingala have become very tall, and here the wives have disappeared. The two female archers in the foreground here are back in the background now. So there a different understanding of what the deity can be. There is somehow a royal divine character with the elements flying out of himself. I mean, these animals symbolize the elements, but here is seen as somehow the center of the universe with his image spread all around him. Same can be said about a Vishnu image, for instance. Here the same thing, no throne, a back background, just the nimbus and the aura. Here the throne, this is from Bihar, this is from North Bengal, and this is from the Vikrampur area, South Bengal. So here what you see is like the Surya image which you have just seen, standing god, with all around you have 29 medallions showing avatars and various aspects of himself. Again, the god at the center of the universe, spreading his image all around himself. So I think that to consider this ornamentation in brackets, which is seen behind, around the god, has to be taken into consideration when dealing with iconography. And a last example, when you see this image of Shakyamuni becoming Buddha, early image, all three from Bihar, early image just sitting on a circle with a drapery, no ornamentation behind him, just a cushion. Here you have an elaborated pedestal with lions, or with lions and elephants, just with devotee, here with Bhudevi and Aparajita. So already a different understanding of what this Buddha can do. And here, just a cushion, here partly the throne, here no throne by Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. So again, various aspects of the Buddha are here depicted. So whatever the deity which you see that it changed in course of time, it changed according to the region. So these are also two factors which have to be considered. Summing up now, we take a Surya, a Vishnu, a Buddha. They share common elements. Here, the throne. So you have also a shared iconography, which is behind various deities, which goes through all the period, through all the region, which is just independent from the iconography. So these are this type of elements which have been interesting me since many years already, because I think that they belong really to the iconography of the main character. And now I shift to the topic of the day, the mountain. What do we see in the Gupta period in Sarnath, in this image of Shakyamuni becoming Buddha? He sits on a high or lower high pedestal, where elements of this iconography, Bhudevi, Aparajita, are here depicted. And you see that he sits not on a lotus, not a normal pedestal, but on an assemblage of rocks. In fact, this is, of course, the earth. And the earth is here depicted through rocks, which are very regularly carved, as you see, just have rows. It's really a pedestal which is constructed of rocks and which shows, in fact, the power of the Buddha on earth. And from Sarnath, this motif will spread to Kashmir. Of course, Kashmir is a country of mountain. It's surrounded by mountain. And here, the Buddha sits on this very elaborated pedestal where you have a number of elements which are depicted, musicians, devotees, and here in niches you have animals, lions and deer. And I don't have a picture of the back of this bronze, but the same motif reappears on the back. So you have here in Kashmir a very elaborated pedestal, very high pedestal with animals. You have also birds. And this is what we will find. This is a depiction of the mountain on which the Buddha reigns. It is, in fact, his kingdom. And in the course of his life, in fact, he delivered a number of sermons on mountains. And the most divine one is, of course, when he spent 3 months on Mount Meru, delivering the Dharma to the gods and to his mother. Now, in Kashmir itself, this topic of the mountain will be, in fact, integrated to various iconographies, as you see it here. And you see that the lions are here also integrated. Again, I mention it, to these very constructed, very regularly disposed rocks, which forms really horizontal lines put on one on the other. So there in Kashmir, it's not limited to the Buddha. You have here a crown Buddha on the left side. It's really generalized practically. Now we go to our region, Eastern India. So there is, of course, another deity who resides on the mountain, and this is Shiva. So Shiva on the Kailash is, in fact, very, very rarely seen in Eastern India. He's seen mainly when he's sitting, like here, with Uma. The images are early, 8th and 9th century. And from the hundreds of depictions of Uma Maheshwara, I just collected a few which you are going to see. That doesn't mean that there are no more, but there are very, very few images. So what we see are the gods sitting on, again, a high pedestal made of rocks. And if you remember just what we have seen now with the Sarnath examples or the Kashmir examples, you see that the construction here is more wild, if I may say. You have horizontal rocks, but you have also rocks which are slightly curved. They are really kind of patchwork, which doesn't have the strict geometry observed in Buddhist example just seen. Another feature which we must note is that this assemblage of rocks will be progressively hidden by elements like the vehicles. Another example, which shows here a motif similar to what we have seen in Sarnath, in fact, which is an image which has unfortunately disappeared, which is the sculpture which was standing in Mundeshwari, and it must have been stolen, disappeared from the site in the 60s. And unfortunately, only this part of the image today survived. The image left was in a photo from the Archaeological Survey, which was published by C.R.P. Sinha in his book on early sculpture from Bihar. And still in Mundeshwari, you have another example of Ganesha this time, who sits in a very, very similar construction. But this is very rare in the case of Ganesha. It's the only one I know, in fact. 2 images from the site of Daptu, which dates to the 9th century here. On one case, you have Uma Maheshwara. Here you have the dancing Shiva. And you see this mountain is now really reduced to the much lower part of the sculpture. In fact, it depicts practically all world supporting the divinity. Here is a detailed view of this depiction of the Kailash. And here you find again these curved mountains, which I showed you in the previous image. So this is for Bihar, that's it. In the early period, there are still some late 9th century images where you see that in fact the mountain topic is completely hidden by the vehicles or the devotee. And here there is nothing in the pedestal, but the artist puts some hint at the mountain behind Uma. This image in the Surya Mandir in Bhadra or Nalanda. The two images here are in museums. So the mountain is not a favorite topic really in the iconography of Shiva in Bihar. And the last example, and unique examples, in fact, from South Bengal, and it comes from Vikrapur, which is a site located south of Dhaka, is this image of the 11th century. So what do we see here? It's completely different what we have seen in the earlier example in Bihar. You have a mountain which forms a huge niche within which the gods are sitting. They sit on the lotus, and below you have here the bull. Here you have the small lion, dancer, bring in here. Here's a detail of this mountain. So the mountain has 5 niches where you have gods like meditating Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, Skanda, Ganesha, and the 2 rishis. 2 rishis belongs to the iconography of the mountain. Other elements which belong to the iconography of the mountain are the birds, the snake. Here you have the bull, which is under his deity. You see also
Claudine,
Yeah.
can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
We are not getting a full view of your slides. The left side is getting cut off.
Wie ist das möglich? And now?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
But you see the left, you see, Akim, man sieht.
Ja, jetzt sieht
But
man. Ja.
Okay, then I go on like that then.
the
I'm sorry.
left side.
So
Okay. No, not at all. Please go ahead.
so it's better. Like that is okay.
It's better
Okay.
so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. So yes. So you see that the niches are in fact constructed as if they were really small shrines in the mountain. So now let's go back. That was all for Uma Maheshwara. Let's go back to Sarnath shortly to show you again these 3 slides which we have just shortly seen before starting going to Kashmir. And here is this representation of the mountain below the Buddha is then also appears in Bihar, also in the early period, early 9th century, always below images of Avalokite, seated or standing as you see. So you have here these 2 images and you observe the mountain being depicted supporting the image, in fact. So somehow the mountain supporting the image, it is in fact practically all world supporting the world of the gods. An interesting attempt has been done here to put the mountain above Avalokiteshvara, and here you see rishis who are depicted worshipping the Bodhisattva. Here you have signs of the mountain. Now the best and the achievement of this depiction of the Potala, the mountain of Avalokiteshvara, is these images from Kokihar. There is a difference in the iconography. He is not standing. I just go back a moment just to show you that, in fact, in this case, he is making the Varada Mudra. And in an example, even you have the Preta who is depicted. I mean, it's an important feature to know that. Of course, you have the 2 Tara and Brikuti, and eventually also Hayagriva. But the fact that he is making the Varada Mudra and that the Preta is there receiving this Amrita. The Kukia image shows a completely different innovation. He sits and makes a Dharma Chakra Mudra. The Preta is no more there. And you see him standing between the 2 Tara and Brikuti, and on either side, you have a depiction of the mountain. sides. You see that the mountain is really coming up to the bottom. And what you see is that the details with animals who are depicted here. You have peacock, you have here a lion with a snake depicted on either side. Here the peacock, here some wise men. And the problem is, okay, and here you have the upper part. So what do we see in the upper part? In the upper part, you see also here 5 niches. Of course, here you don't have Hindu deities. You have here the Panchatathagatas. You see also that this the rocks construction is really a rock construction. And you see that they are really, the rocks are really very regularly cut, rectangular in the form of the letter L practically, or square, in high relief on the background. Beyond the Tathagatas, you have here around the niche the rishis who are depicted. Banana trees are here depicted. It's an important feature. The banana tree will be part of the mountain iconography. And here you have, of course, the 2 kinnaras and more devotees worshipping here a stupa. The detail here of the rishis, and pay attention, behind the rishis are the deer. So again, these symbols of peace, which you find in relation this time to the rishis. You have also such details which are more enigmatic, but which show characters presenting the Padma or Ratna. So this was the only image of Avalokiteshvara displaying the Dharma Chakra Mudra from Bihar. Otherwise, what we have are image of the Bodhisattva displaying the Varada Mudra in the Potala. This is from Bihar, this is from Purulia district, and this is in fact from Komila. It's in the Mainamati Museum. This is in the BSP. What we see here is that the mountain is preserved all around, just like in the Kokia example, but it's also an image from Bihar. These 2 examples where it shows the Varada Mudra, you have the Preta, and you have Ayagriva. Ayagriva is there, and the 2. But you see that the motif compared to the Kokia image is very much simpler. And now we come to this image, which is from Vikrampur. Here you have an old photograph as it was published in 1909 when it was discovered. This is how it is today. I show it because here you still have the jata on the head. It has been broken at a certain moment. And you see that the left hand is still very present here. It's broken away here. So what do we see here? Well, you have here a very elaborated representation of the mountain and a very elaborate representation of the Bodhisattva iconography. Let's look first at the pedestal. You see that here you have a dancing scene, a scene of worship. You have elements of the 7 jewels of the Chakravartin with the horse, the elephants. You have devotees. You have elements of rituals and worship here at the bottom. You have here 4 characters. The Tara, the green Tara with a Utpala, Brikuti, Hayagriva, and here a seated kneeling man who is Sudana Kumara, on which we will return in a moment. And the upper part, you have, the upper part is here. You have here 5 niches, and you see here the niches are reconstructed. You have small pillars and an arc above it. So they are really, the caves, if I may say, are really get an entrance, get a torana. You have the Panchatathagatas and 2 worshippers. And again, you see in this white landscape, you have monkeys here, here you have a peacock. You have a peacock with a snake, birds, a tree. And you have here below the 2 rishis who really belong to this iconography. You see also that the mountain doesn't have this strict construction type, which we have seen up to now, but you have here more wildness, which is given to this ornamentation. So Avalokiteshvara sits fully in a niche also. You see here the same small pillars behind him like the Panchatathagatas, but you can observe here that the mountain is coming up to the bottom. In fact, so one has really to understand the Bodhisattva seated also like the Panchatathagatas in a niche in the mountain. This was one of the Vikrampur images showing the Bodhisattva in the mountain ornamentation, in a mountain landscape. And then there is another one which was published in 1909, so more than 100 years ago, and then was never again published till it reappeared, in fact, in the Family Ho collection. And the Family Ho collection put it on loan to the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, which I found personally very egoistically a great thing because I could go to London and see the sculpture. So this image is coming from Vikrampur. What do we see? Here is displaying the Dharma Chakra Mudra. Is really in a very deep niche. So it's here in the middle. Look, compare it to the other Vikrampur image, so both are found in the same site. In fact, this is earlier. This is still number, and I don't go into detail in this analysis, a lot of details, which still bring it very close to the Nalanda school of sculpture in the 10th century. It's maybe an import or maybe done really with a strong relation to Nalanda. But look at the iconography. You have here the dancer, as I mentioned. You see this image, which is a really 11th century local Vikrampur production. You see that, in fact, the inspiration was this sculpture. You have the same ornamentation, the same way of showing the dancers here, quite rare, in fact. Here are fragments of the Chakravartin jewels. Here, the 7 jewels have been distributed in the lower part here. Here you have devotees. The devotees, the donors are here. And here you have, in fact, a depiction of a priest, of a monk with a pointed hat, which is a motif which appears also in the South Bengal region. Look also here at the construction of this mountain, which is coming up to the bottom, and here even the lower part. So the Bodhisattva is really seen as being on or in the Potala, in a niche on the Potala mountain. Now compare it with the Umamaheshvara, which is also a sculpture from Vikrampur, and it's practically as if, in fact, the artists who made this sculpture are those who first made it, and then someone said, we want to have also a depiction of Umamaheshvara in the Kailash. Look at the Jata, it's really the very same Jata. It's really practically the same hands who made these 2 sculptures. Also, the niches are also coming in high relief, and we'll see that in a moment here, details from this sculpture. So you have a kind of line from this to this to this. Difference in the iconography, he was making here the Varada Mudra and the Preta very, very small, still in the pedestal. With the Dharma Chakra Mudra, the Preta is no more depicted. His 4 attendants are here seen also in niches, which is also a unique way of depicting them. Usually they are seen standing or seated around him. There is another image of Avalokiteshvara teaching and seated within the mountain, which is kept in the reserve of the Indian Museum. In the old catalogue of Anderson, if you go to it, you will see that this label has been from Bodh Gaya, but Anderson says also that all images which are of unknown provenance, he puts them under the label Bodh Gaya. So this is evidently not a Bodh Gaya carving. I would suggest it's more from Bankura district. It goes more in direction of Orissa style than really what you find in Bihar or what you found in Bengal proper. So here also you have the Panchatathagatas in niches, and pay attention to the representation of trees in high dimension, high relief, and very much alive here in this case here. He's making the Dharma Chakra Mudra, and here's this position of Bhadrasana, which is a typical position related to the teaching gesture, mainly found with the Buddha. Now, let's look at a detail of the upper part where the mountain is depicted quite properly. And I want, so you have the two rishis, the Panchatathagatas in their niche, which comes in relief on the background. You observe also that there are animals, like you have here the peacock and the naga, here the mongoose and the naga. So you have enemies meeting each other and finding peace. This is the case, for instance, of the lion and the deer, which you had also in the Kashmir example, and which has in fact a very old history in Indian iconography. So it is also, as such, it is an independent iconographic topic, which shows that lion and deer gathered around the seat of a wise man. Here it's the seat of the Buddha. Here this is Narayana relief in Deogar. And here, of course, it's a large relief of Amalapuram, where you see that the deer are not afraid at all from the sleeping lion, who are walking, not chasing them, not hunting them. And both animals are here peacefully lying under the rishi. So you have this topic, which goes through all the centuries, sometimes with a lot of space and a lot of time between the representation, but which also somehow remain in the background, in the subconscious, if I can say, of iconography. There is another motif which appears in this mountain ornamentation, mountain wild animal world of the Vikrampur sculpture. Look at these two elephants here climbing the mountain, quite wild. The two wild lions looking in direction of the elephant, ready to jump on them. And then on the other side, the transformation has taken place. The lion is there with the trunk and the teeth of the elephant. So you have there an assimilation of an elephant feature by the lion. And again, going back to Southern and Maharashtra, I mean Central and India and Maharashtra, you have this motif also. I don't enter here into detail of these representations, but you have here this fight lion-elephants, the lions taking feature from the elephants, the same thing. So this is Ellora and this is here Patadakal. So again, you have these elements which appears, these two elements, really there are two iconographic features which appears from time to time, from region to region, and which have been here integrated in this motif of the potala. So to show that fight resumes in unity, and fights can also resume in peace with both enemies, or the animal being afraid of the other one with the hunter, just lying in peace around the central figure. The motif of the mountain, as we see it, is in fact really a creation of the Vikrampur area. When I say Vikrampur area, it's going up to, in fact, Mainamati in the east. So it's Vikrampur and Komela, I mean, this wide South Bengal area. Harivarman ruled on Komela, and so we are very lucky to have a manuscript which is dated and which can be dated around 1100, where a number of illumination in the manuscript shows scenes which are depicted in the mountain. In fact, the elements are really the same as we see in sculptures. The great thing with paintings, of course, is that the painter can use different colors, as you see, to indicate these mountains and not to make it boring, if I may say. The motif appears also in another manuscript from the region, where you have, here you see that in fact the mountains forms a complete frame around the central deity, with in the three cases here Avalokite, and appears also another manuscript from the region, not from the region, from Bengal, but not especially from South Bengal. So this motif is really typical of the region, with also the trees appearing very clearly depicted in the upper corners. It appears then in a book cover, which must come from North Bengal or Eastern Bihar, and which is depicted, the mountain is depicted in relation to depiction of three jatakas, where you have here the niche with these mountain rocks. This is a detail of this. Again, use of different colors for showing the mountains, and above you have trees and characters who appear worshipping the Bodhisattva who is offering and giving his life for rescuing animals, for instance, here again. So the mountain appears in South Bengal. From Vikrampur, it spreads to the north. And further north, it spreads to Nepal, where, of course, the style of the way of depicting the rocks are completely different. With an attempt of showing three-dimensional rocks here even. It appears then in another, and then I have to go a bit in detail, and we will come back to this manuscript, the Gandavira Sutra manuscript. It's a huge manuscript. It's a large number of illuminations, which are distributed in different collections in the USA, in England, and the large bulk of the folios with illumination, 97, are in fact kept in a museum in Moscow. So the Gandavira Sutra. The Gandavira Sutra is the story of a young man, Sudana. Sudana goes in quest of knowledge, of wisdom, and he meets so-called Kalyana Mitras. He meets gods, he meets Shiva, for instance, he meets ascetics, monks, he meets Bodhisattvas, Manjusri, Avalokite, and the last meeting is Maitreya, where he gets the knowledge, the wisdom. So this young man is here depicted. And of course, meeting these Bodhisattvas, they are, most of them, living on a mountain. The Nepal manuscript from Cambridge shows us two scenes only with the mountain. It's Samantabhadra and Manjusri. And both are labeled as being Bodhisattvas of Mahachina. So as if they are in China. I mean, it's a manuscript which depicts Bodhisattvas and Taras and so on from all over the Buddhist world. These are the only two ones which are depicted on a mountain. They form a pair, in fact, in Chinese Buddhist and Central Buddhist iconography. So this is a quite interesting feature that these are the only ones who have this mountain in this manuscript. Now Sudana, who is the hero of the Gandavira Sutra, appears in these both sculptures I mentioned shortly. Here is depicted, and he is depicted with his attribute, the book, the manuscript. The image of Avalokite, which we have seen up to now, do not show him. Here he is introduced, and he is introduced in the 10th century, in this 10th century image, which is from Vikrampur. He is depicted here as is always. He is a human character. He is kneeling, and he makes the Anjali Mudra, so worshipping the Bodhisattva. Here he holds his manuscript. He becomes really the main element, one main element of the iconography of Avalokiteshvara, forming a pair with Hayagriva. As you see him, he has a manuscript, holding the manuscript under his left armpit. In the upper part, you have the two female attendants. So this is really the Sudana Kumara. Is depicted here. The two Taras have disappeared. He is taking with Hayagriva their place. These all two images are from North Bengal. And then, since on the mountain, in his quest, he met various bodhisattvas, he also met Manjusri. And he forms a pair not with, of course, Hayagriva, but with Yamantaka at the side of the bodhisattvas. You see that he has always the manuscript under his left armpit. So Manjusri is, of course, the bodhisattva who is teaching in the context of Bengal, Bihar, whereas Avalokiteshvara is the bodhisattva of compassion. He is the bodhisattva of wisdom. He's depicted, as you see here, with the two palas and the manuscript lying above them. So, in fact, this image could be expected, especially the bodhisattva sits, as you see, also on a lion. The lion is the voice of the Buddha. It's the way of speaking which spread all through the universe. In this image also, if you pay attention, there is no more Preta. Now, the Gandavira Sutra, as I mentioned, is the story of Sudana Kumara. And here is a folio where you see this young man with his manuscript listening to Manjusri. The Gandavira Sutra is depicted in much details on the Bhadrabudur and 8th, early 9th century. There are 3 galleries showing the entire story. Then it's depicted in the wall paintings of Tabo and the first part of the 11th century. And then you have this Nepalese manuscript from around 1100. So my hypothesis is that it entered the iconography of Avalokite in South Bengal. It might be, must be there different elements we played. One is that the text apparently in the 11th century in North India became enough important to be written and illustrated, or completely depicted in wall paintings in Tabo. The other is that, of course, the entrance to the subcontinent, when coming from Southeast Asia, coming from Indonesia, this is, of course, South Bengal. So maybe monks coming back from Borobudur, from having from pilgrims or having studying in the region, brought back this concept of having Sudana at the feet of the Bodhisattva, whoever he can be depicted. So this is summary of these mountains in the context of sculpture and in the context of paintings in the region. And from there, from Vikrampur region, this is going to spread in other areas, in other countries, in fact. The closest is Pagan in Burma, in the Abhayadana, which is practically contemporary again to the sculptures and paintings which you have seen from Vikrampur. So here is a sketch which shows you the structure of the murals. On there is a corridor around in the temple, and these walls are completely covered with murals. You have bodhisattvas who are somehow keepers, protectors. You see they have weapons. Then you have bodhisattvas who are mostly Manjusri. You can see that there is the Utpala with the manuscript. In the upper part, you have again bodhisattvas who have weapons, who protect what is above. What is above is the Buddha teaching. And in between, you have a huge, long frieze with depiction of scenes within a mountain landscape. So this is the lower part, and this is this frieze, which is at this level. And there you have a street of a sequence of niches with a number of various motifs. You have Buddhas, you have animals, Jatakas, you have terrifying deities from the Vajrayana. Many we cannot identify them, but you see that clearly this topic comes from what we have seen in the manuscript from the Vikrampur Komila area. What we have seen in the sculpture, the trees, with banana trees, the animals, here you have a monkey and a hunter. Here you have the lion, here you have birds. So the complete motif, the complete structure with the rocks painted in different colors, which we find also in the manuscripts from Vikrampur Komila area. So this is really a topic which comes from Bengal. And then there is, of course, a region where it's going to be very much fashionable, if I may say, or la mode, to be integrated between the iconography between the 11th and early 14th century. This is Tibet. A number of cloth paintings show this motif of the niche with the deities below, and then above you have Buddhas or other characters who are all depicted in small niches like here. Pay attention to the trees, which are here depicted also in details in the above part. You have the banana tree, you have animals, you have a lot of birds, which you find in these two examples from probably West Bengal, and this is from South Bengal. Now the motif appear also in Vikrampur in relation to this teaching Tara. So this is a sculpture which was kept preserved in Manavati, and which has been at some time in the late 60s or very early 70s, probably late 60s, carried to Pakistan. There's never been published afterwards. This is a photo of the archaeological department of Bangladesh. So it's quite difficult to really study it in details, but you have a teaching Tara in a landscape of mountain, this time with probably the depiction of the Buddhas of the past, because if you pay attention, you see they are standing with a tree behind them. So again, a scene of teaching related to the mountain. And then there is found in Tibet, preserved in a Tibetan monastery for a long time. These paintings which you have on the left screen, which has been and which is still very much debated. Some say no, it's Tibetan because there are Tibetan inscriptions, and it was found in the Reting monastery. But some say, but stylistically, it's really 100% Indian. So it may have been painted by Indian in Tibet. It may have been painted maybe ordered in India and then carried to Tibet, which I think is more probable. And here again, you have the Tara, which is a Hashta Tara. You have here the 8 niche around. She sits on a high lotus, like here, with cross. Here you have in fact 2 nagas supporting the lotus. And here is the upper part of this Tara. So what do we see here? We see banana tree, as we see them everywhere in Bengal. And another feature, which is really an Indian feature, which we have seen just some minutes ago in the sculptures, are here 2 elephants and here 2 lions. So again, we have here very Indian features, which I don't think that Tibetan painter in Tibet would paint elephants as they are painted here. I mean, partly red painted with the front face painted in red. Another element which brings close this close paintings to the Harivarman manuscript is this very particular shape of 2 of the niches. I mean, most niches are a threefold niche, like here or here. But some like this one, or the central one, or this one, show in fact this very particular shape, very geometric shape with straight lines, which again show a link to South Bengal. In Tibet, it's really becoming a part of the iconography of the teaching character, not especially Bodhisattvas, but Tibetan depicted a number of monks and wise men. And here you have 2 examples, for instance, of the motif, which is, of course, becoming very ornamental, decorative here. The animals have disappeared. Usually the trees are very mechanically depicted. There are no more the banana trees also. The rocks are very small. But the topic of the mountain is still there and is still related with this teaching gesture. Further north, much far away, in Central Asia, fragments of a very large cloth painting. The fragment at the bottom of the picture is 85 centimeters wide, 85 centimeters, 12 centimeters in 8. So there are very large fragments from what was a very large cloth paintings. And here still you see this motif of the mountain was preserved in the background or around characters. And here also you still find this very strict shape of the niche. So this was the mountain in Vikrampur, here 2 images from the area, in both cases related to the teaching gesture. So another character which is found in Vikrampur area and are these 2 sculptures showing the Arapachana Manjusri. And I show them because in fact you see that the depiction of the Potala with Avalokite is really like a temple depiction. Here, of course, he is really seated in a temple. You have here somehow, this is the outside of the temple, with the main spire and the 4 smaller ones which are located at the 4 angles of the monuments. And here, this is practically what you have also. So here in the upper part, you have practically like here a kind of mandala with a center and the 4 Tathagatas distributed all around. So this shows that, in fact, the composition, the structure of the image is the same. You have 2 different characters, but it's the same structure. And this is really a structure which is also created in South Bengal. Now I will conclude practically with one particular image. This image on the right screen we have seen. It's the earliest image of its kind with the mountain found in Vikrampur area, where it still shows the Varada Mudra with the Preta. And image was recently discovered in Bogra and is now kept in the Mahastan Site Museum, which you see on the left screen. So these 2 images share similarities which allows dating, like the nimbus, for instance, which is the same one, which is also nimbus. I mean, the motifs are motifs which are typical of the Nalanda school in the 10th century, 9th and 10th century. So here you have a Bodhisattva, who, when he was discovered and in the label of the Mahastan Museum, is still seen as an aspect of Shiva. Why? One can understand it. He is 3-faced. Its images 3-faced Avalokite are rather rare. And around him, you have elements which relates him, of course, to Shiva, like the Trishula with the Naga and the Kapala, which you always hear and which is present there. So this instance, he sits here in the middle, and around him you have 2 images from North Bengal showing, in fact, the Shiva and its most known and famous aspect in the region. We see the Sada Shiva, which you have on the left screen, where he is 3-faced, in fact. And then on the right screen, which is a more rare aspect of Shiva, which is how he vanquishes death, Mrityunjaya. And you see that here he has the hands in Dhyana Mudra, for instance. But and he has 6 hands, but he has 1 face only, and here he has, of course, 10-armed, and in fact he has, in theory, he has 5 face, and this image, in fact, he has 4, because you can see the 4th one on the back. So that doesn't matter here. What I want to say is that the image here, which is an Avalokiteshvara, in his headdress, he has a tiny image of Amitabha. And he shows the Padma, which is also the symbol, the signs of Avalokiteshvara, like a number of images, like the Tara, which we have seen on the painting, for instance. This lotus is supported by 2 Nagas, and you have there the devotees. So this is, again, it's a rare, unique image in as far as this iconography is concerned. But it combines elements from various sources. I think it was inspired by the very fact that Bogra is North Bengal, by the fact that the main image of Shiva in the region was Sada Shiva. So it's a peaceful image of the deity. And in a number of cases, one can see how both communities, I mean the Sangha on one and the temple on the other one, react to each other by creating images which reflects an element from the other side, if I may say. This is what you have here. The Potala mountain, of course, is clearly Avalokiteshvara, just like is Padma or the 2 Nagas below. And then on the other side, the Shaiva aspect, which has been really introduced in East Bihar, in Lakhisarai, and this image on the right screen comes probably from Golkong, which is near Vikramashila. Both images show Avalokiteshvara on his lion and with elements which have been drawn from the Shaiva iconography. You have here a Kapala, which should have white flowers, and the Trishula with the Naga. So the Simhanada Lokeshwara is also considered to cure diseases. And of course, you see that he has the Amitabha on his headdress, like this one. So this image from North Bengal, in fact, shows elements which comes from similarity shape, which comes from the Shiva iconography, but it's also related to the function of the Simanada, who can cure diseases. Then it shows also elements from an aspect which is described in sadhana, which is a hala lokeshvara, who is supposed not to be alone, but he is, as you see, a female deity. But he is three-headed. The sadhana say he is three-headed and is six-handed. And the sadhana mentions also these elements, the kapala and the trishula with naga. But the weapons, the attributes are completely different. He has really weapons here, like arrow and bow, for instance. And here in country, and he doesn't make, he makes a gesture which is not the Dhyana Mudra. He also not, he is a Varada Mudra. So you see the three images of it are completely different, but you have the similarity of the three face and the six arms. So we have made some journeys starting from Sarnath and ending here in North Bengal with this motif of the mountain. And I want to conclude then with this image of Kukia, which you can see for those who are sitting in the room. You can see after the lecture and go to the Indian Museum and wonder this rather outstanding image of the Bodhisattva. So what I wanted to show is that the iconography of character, be it Hindu or Buddhist, doesn't matter, has to take also into considerations elements which are in the frame or in the framework. I mean, around the Bodhisattva, below, around him, sometime really in the background, sometime very shadow-like, but which brings elements to the personality of the depicted Bodhisattva, shows him differently from the normal standing Bodhisattvas, only showing the Varada Mudra. So I thank you very much, and I apologize from the beginning for my really not very, I mean, I was really lacking experience in putting my PowerPoint in the system. I do apologize for it, and I thank you very much.
Not at all, Dr. Claudine Bodse-Picron. Thank you very much for your scintillating lecture, fleshed out in such clear detail and delivered with such extraordinary elan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. As we do not take questions for this keynote session, may we now move on straight for the next academic session. And may I will close this session and we'll move on to the next academic session, the academic session. And I would like to invite Professor Ratan Parimu, who is going to chair this session, Dr. Churamani Nankapal, Dr. Swati Ray, and Dr. Priya Thakur to the studio. Very good morning to all of you. May I now invite Professor Ratan Parimu to take over the proceedings of the webinar from here. I need not introduce Professor Parimu to this audience because he is so well known among our colleagues and our students, researchers, everybody. But just for formality's sake, I'll just say a few words. Professor Ratan Parimu is one of the most renowned and acclaimed art historians of the country. and an artist of great repute, he moves effortlessly uh, between various fields of Indian art history, and he has played a very dynamic role in shaping modern Indian art and the artist movement. He was a long time professor uh, in the University MS University of Vadodara, Gujarat. So from here, may I request Professor Parimu to take over the proceedings of the webinar. Professor Parimu, over to you. And we have a very interesting lineup for this session. It promises to be a very absorbing session. Sir, can you unmute yourself?
She's asking to unmute yourself. જે થઈ ગયું છે તો તમે બોલી શકો છો. મારે કંઈ કહેવાનું? હા હા, તમારી રાહ જોઉં છું.
નમસ્કાર. Hello, am I supposed to say something?
Professor.
You are supposed to say. Actually, તમારું introduction કારણ કે વચ્ચે ડિસ્કનેક્ટ થઈ ગયા હતા.
મેં પૂછેલું મારે શું કરવાનું.
Sir, will you start the session?
Actually, no, I'm not clear on my role. So, I mean, the speakers can start their papers. That is all I can say.
Okay, in this session, we have 3 papers. We have Dr. Churamani Nangopal, Dr. Swati Ray, and Dr. Priya Thakur. And we have 3 very interesting papers in the offing. Dr. Churamani Nangopal is an eminent art historian. She is UNESCO Fellow, Tagore National Fellow at National Museum, New Delhi. She is formerly Professor and Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Knowledge Campus, Jain University, Bangalore. Dr. Swati Rai is from our very own department, our very own Shatidi from the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta. Dr. Priya Thakur is from the Department of Studies and Research in History and Archaeology, Tumkur University, Tumakuru, Karnataka. So over to you, Professor Parimu.
I'm very grateful that I have been invited to participate in this very interesting seminar. I have been living almost in isolation for several years, and so it's very exciting for me to be present in very interesting presentations. We already had a wonderful presentation by Claudine. I think we should start with the presentations, and if I am supposed to do this role, I invite Ramaniji to present her paper.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
You are audible.
Yeah. See, I'm not able to open my PPT.
Kaushik, can you help her out, please?
I have gone to share screen.
Dr. Nandagopal, try to share the PPT.
Yeah, I want to share the PPT and start my, talk.
Absolutely. You see, there is an option of share.
Yeah, I have done that. Share and then went to share screen. But I'm not seeing.
Share screen. You go for that.
Yes. But I'm not able to see my desktop.
You have to choose that option on your desktop. You have to choose the share screen option and the PPT on your desktop. That is in another slide, na?
Yeah, share.
It's not showing us.
No, it's
now
not
it's showing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's showing. Yeah.
Shall I open now?
Yeah. You can open it. Open the slides.
It's not opening. It's not opening.
We can see your desktop. You have to choose the slides.
Yeah, I'm trying. No, I'm not seeing that. Oh, it's waste of time. No. I'm sorry. I'm not able to open.
Can you send us?
No, it may be difficult because it's a large,
Okay.
file it is.
If you can send us, then we can play it. But if you are unable to send, then you have to play that one. You have to choose that on your desktop side.
No, desktop, it's not opening here. That's the problem. In this, if desktop opens, I can share immediately. It's not opening. So I go to share screen.
Yeah, just like Claudine done.
No.
Prita?
Yes, Kaushik.
If she can't able to send us, she has to open it.
No, it's not opening, Kaushik. What we can do, you can start the next speaker. Meanwhile, I'll send my PPT to you. Hello?
Okay.
Okay.
Prita, go for Priya Thakur, Dr. Priya Thakur.
Preeta, I'll send it to you to your mail.
Okay. Thank you.
You can start with the next speaker.
Okay. We'll sort it out.
Okay.
So let's begin with Priya Thakur.
So, Professor Parimu, who will be next? Swati Ray or Dr. Priya Thakur?
Yes, Swati. Okay. Next speaker will be presenting.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Shatidi, start please.
Yes. Okay, I also have a PPT, Preeta. Preeta?
Yeah, no problem.
হ্যাঁ সাথীদি হ্যাঁ কৌশিক কর
Pikachu, I'll start.
Of course, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Today I'm going to speak on
Shatidi, please open your
some sites
camera.
in the Chatanaku.
Shatidi, please open your camera.
Good morning, everybody. Today I'll be speaking on the Chatanaku Plateau and some of the sites where we find evidence of late Buddhist iconography. And first, let me tell you a little about the Chatanaku Plateau region. That is the unraveling of a major sacred space located in the core area of the Chatanaku Plateau is quite fascinating. More so since a number of sites with all their abundant archaeological remains has somehow remained forgotten to the world. From the prehistoric period to the historical one, the vast landscape of the Chatanaku Plateau harbored a long chronocultural history, and we find the rise and growth of historical settlements, including the religious development that possibly crystallized during the post-Gupta period onwards. Actually, it is a complex academic exercise, but this region, with all its settlement dynamics, has shown our field investigation for about 4 years in this region has shown that there are a number of sites centering around Itkori and the adjoining sites, which was a part of the erstwhile South Bihar Plateau region, is essentially adjacent to the present South Bihar Plains. And the South Bihar Plains, that is a tract between the upland plateau of the Chatanaku region and the large river courses of the Ganga and its tributaries, is usually visualized in terms of its wide connectivity with major physiographic zones of northern, central, and eastern India. That is, it had access to the middle and lower Ganga valleys, the eastern Indian Chotanagpur Plateau region, and the adjoining parts of central Indian plateau land, that is the Kaimur region, the North Bengal plains, besides the sub-Himalayan region. This entire landmass is essentially suitable for the growth of human settlements, resulting in the fascinating cultural matrix of historical societies. What is important is that this core area of the Chotanagpur Plateau region, which bridges the South Bihar Plains with that of central India and other parts of eastern India, was home to a number of major trade routes, monks and missionary routes, and of course an internal river system with possible water resources that was related to the rise and growth of settlements. The Itkori region is connected. We find the present narrow channel of the river Mohani, and this Mohani is again connected with the Lilajan or the Niranjan or Nilanjan river, as mentioned in Buddhist literature. And this Lilajan again flows through Chhatra and Gaya district and ultimately mixes with the Falgu river which again joins with the Ganga. The Falgu river flows past Goya, Bihar, and it is a sacred river for both the Buddhists and the followers. So much for the physiographic and the importance of the core area of the Chotanagpur region. Of course, you all know that it is a center for mineral resources and forest resources, etc. Now, I request Kaushik, our field work in this area resulted in a huge number of discoveries. Some of them are published, like the famous Bhadra Kali image of Tara, that is well published, but what we found from a number of sites were mostly unpublished, and both Buddhist and Brahmanical sculptures were recorded, and I cannot take all the entire repertoire of sculptural images that we found in this lecture or in this presentation. So I've selected a few sculptures, few important sculptures, but actually what we found was more than actually we found quite a lot, and I have just selected a few for this short period. Now, this in the PPT, you are seeing an inscribed pedestal. The time factor is very important. This inscribed Pancharatha pedestal of grey chlorite schist suggests that the well-carved specimen supported a Buddhist deity, because the inscription, as read by Professor Ryosuke Furui, mentions the donation of the image by the devout Mahajana worshipper Ramapalo. The record may be translated as this is the Deodharma of the devout Mahajana worshipper Sri Rampala. So this is very important for the time factor because it is written in Sanskrit language and Gaudi script of circa 12th century CE. So this inscription also mentions that one Maharanaka, illustrious Ramapala or royal officer, has gifted this sculpture for attaining merit. And I have chosen this particular image because of its because it signifies the time. The next, please, Kaushik. This is a standing Buddha, this beautiful image of a standing bejeweled Buddha with both the hands broken is very beautiful. The elaborate necklace is quite common among the sculptures of bejeweled Buddhas recorded from different monastic centers like Nalanda, etc. in South Bihar. I say this because I want to show the connectivity with the South Bihar plains. This Chotanagpur area, one must remember, was never an isolated one. So he wears the long skirt and folds as shown by incised lines, the right hand displaying the Abhaya Mudra, and he is accompanied by a now defaced Avalokiteshwara to the proper right, who is holding a lotus, and Maitreya to the proper left. Both the Bodhisattvas, as you can see, my pictures are very bad, are depicted with a bending of the body in opposite directions. And stylistically, this sculpture can be dated around the 11th, 12th century CE and is very much similar to the carvings recorded from Lakhisarai, Urain, and adjoining sites, from where such long figures, please note, with pronounced verticality of the standing Buddha have been recorded. Next slide, please. This is the figure of a seated Manjusri, another impressive specimen. These were all recorded from Daihar. Daihar is very near Itkori. Daihar is about 8 kilometers north of the Bhadra Kali temple complex And it has this village, Daihar, has a lofty mound which has not yet been explored earlier by any historians or archaeologists, etc. And the lofty mound on which the modern Kamala Mandir Parishar is located attracts the professional archaeologists to explore its habitational character and so as settlement history. From the mound itself, we found that seated Manjusri and the major part of the back slab, including the upper part of the body of the Bodhisattva, is broken. There are faint traces of an inscription on the lower plinth below the pedestal, and the characters are hardly legible. But what we see is that the finely cut sculpture is of excellent proportions, and equally significant is the elaborate pedestal with the carved figures and the lotus top. There is a devotee in the left corner, that is of the viewer, of the pedestal, while on the right side there is the depiction of a kneeling Sudana Kumara with a manuscript under his left arm and wearing a Jata Mukuta, and the dreadful image behind him is Yamantaka, the two classical attendants to Manjusri. So this sculpture is also very important so far as late Buddhist iconography in the deserted and so-called secluded, isolated space of the Chatanaku Plateau is concerned. Next slide, please. This Shingonada Lokeshwara icon is indeed a beautiful inscribed specimen of grey chloride cyst, which is extensively broken at parts. Its dimensions, what we recorded, 98 centimeter by 50 centimeter by 21 centimeter, suggest that the site, Daihar, could be associated with a major Buddhist establishment. This deity is regarded by the Mahajanists as the curer of all diseases and is one of the most popular forms of the Bodhisattva of Avalokiteshvara. Shinganada Lokeshwara is usually associated with major Buddhist centers or biharas. Several such images of the 11th-12th century CE have been recorded from the Lakhisharai region and its surrounding region. Sharnath, the Bodhgaya region, the Sultanganj locality, etc. Compared to other popular Mahajana deities, it may be considered as a rare form so far as cultural representations are concerned. As you can see, the broken image is seated probably in Maharaja Lilashana on a lotus seat, which is placed above the lion, which is quite solidly carved and whose head is turned frontally, that is towards the spectator. According to the sadhana, the god should be seated on a lotus, which is supported by a lion. And the lion, you can see it is quite elaborately ornamented with floral volutes and etc., stylized tail, etc. The Pancharatha pedestal below has a triangular floron on the central Ratha projection, which is a very common feature among the sculptures of the South Bihar plains. Whatever remains of the well-defined body of the Bodhisattva suggests skilled craftsmanship. The deity sitting in princely ease is adorned by a prominent Ratnapavita with a clasp and a gemmed girdle. The carving conforms to the prescription of the Shadhanamala, as to his right there is a trident entwined by a serpent, and to his left is the lotus bowl full of flowers. The emanations of the 5 Buddhani Buddhas are also apparent in the stela. And what we see, this type of border is encountered in several stone sculptural representations of the Avalokiteshvara documented from the Bodh Gaya, Kurkihar region. This is important. And according to S. Krishnamurti, that is epigraphic of the Archaeological Survey of India, the inscription seems to record that this image was the pious gift of an individual whose name is lost, and it is in Gauri script of about 12th century CE and is in Sanskrit language. And the above inscription has also been read by Rajat Shannal, one of my colleagues in the Cal University. He gives the following reading: Deya Dharmoa Pravara Mahajana Janiya Parama Kala. And this is also located with the Mahajana form. Indeed, the Shinganada Lokeshwara is an impressive icon with the details carved with extreme care and precision. Certainly a reflection of the striking and ostentatious style operating during the 11th-12th century CE in the Lakhisharai, Nawada and the Bodhgaya region, most probably indicating the existence of a seat of power or a flourishing administrative unit. Geographically, Daihar in the Mohani Valley was linked with the Lilajan and the Phalgu, which I said earlier, and therefore well connected with the Bodhgaya region. Next slide, please. This is again the picture of the Shinganada Lokeshwara, another shot. So, next one, please. Oh, this is another beautiful sculpture. This is from Sohra, which is very near Daihar. This village, Sohra, S-O-H-R-A, is adjacent to Daihar, is about 5 kilometers from Itkori and under the jurisdiction of the Chauparan PS. All these sculptures have not yet been published before our explorations. There is a modern temple complex known as Jai Ma Samukhar, built on an ancient mound. The mound has many broken Buddhist and Brahmanical sculptures, and inside this temple, in the sanctum, this image is a unique inscribed icon of Ashto Mahabhaya Tara of chloritide phyllite. You can see the inscription. It is a masterpiece. Actually, a full picture of the sculpture is in the next slide. So you can go to the next slide also. It is a masterpiece of Eastern Indian sculptural art and is of huge dimensions, 100 centimeter by 67 centimeter by 15 centimeter. Ashto Mahabhaya Tara, the savioress from 8 great perils, appears in Shadana number 99 of the Shadana Mala, where it is stated that she is one-faced and two-armed, has a white complexion, and is seated in Ardha Paryanka on a lotus. An exquisitely carved rare icon, this goddess with a flexed poised flexion is seated in the Lalitasana posture on the pericarp of a double lotus having a bearded upper border placed above an ornate high Pancharata pedestal. So I won't go to the details, but let me say on either side of the goddess are 4 seated Tara images in different postures in a vertical row, and all the 8 Tara images protecting from the 8 great perils, along with the central one, signify the Ashta Mahabhaya form of Tara. The Ashta Mahabhayas, or 8 great perils, are carved on the sides of the back slab, 4 on either side, superimposed one above the other. The perils are Shingo Bhayo, or attack of a lion, Hosti Bhayo, or attack of a wild elephant, Ogni Bhayo, or being threatened by fire, Sharpo Bhayo, or attack of a serpent, Tashkara Bhayo, or attack of a robber having a bow and arrow, Pishacha Bhayo, or attack of a terrifying goblin or demon, Jalarnava Bhayo, or peril from a boat sinking at sea, and Nigala Bhayo, or a fettered man being menaced by a royal official brandishing a sword. We find the sculpture has rendered all these miniature Bhayos in miniature forms in different sitting postures and positions of the hand. What is noticeable is that the central deity is carved within an impressive temple-like structure depicted in the middle of the stela. Actually, could you show the next, not the next, no, not this one, the one next. Yes, this is the one. This is the entire sculpture. we find that it is carved, the central deity, within an impressive temple-like structure, and the pillars are decorated with beaded bands placed at intervals. The top molding of the pillars also are well decorated, and the shikhara of a Nagara temple is depicted here, comprises diminishing stories or successive bhumis, and is capped by a circular flattish ribbed amalaka. The Pancharatha pedestal consists of two, also above the Amalaka, sorry, and at the top of the gradually rounded stela are the 5 Dhani Buddhas seated side by side in a row on double petal lotus pedestals. The gestures of the Bodhisattvas are not clearly discernible. However, it seems that the Bodhisattvas from left to right are Ratnashambhava in Varada Mudra, Akshabha in Bhumisparsha, Vairachana in Dharmachakra Parvatana, and Amitava in Dhyano, and Amoga Siddhi in Abhaya Mudras. The Pancharatha pedestal consists of 2 prominent moldings of successive layers, and indeed it is a very well decorated specimen. This unique sculpture has the Ye Dharma stanza in the slide which was shown earlier, and the letters are neatly inscribed in characters assignable to the 10th century CE. This unique sculpture of large dimensions was indeed of skilled craftsmanship and was most probably installed in a temple or monastery of repute. The prevalence of the worship of Tara in the Itkhori cluster is therefore clearly apparent, and the presence of this rare form substantiates the importance of the Tara cult in this major route linking the lower Ganga valley with the Chhattisgarh-Orissa region. And also we know that we have found this is quite rare form, Ashtamahabhaya Tara in eastern India, and one of the most impressive specimen is now being recorded at the Jharkhand, this Chotanagpur Plateau region at Saura. The earlier slide is that of a Tara. This is also in the Jaima Samukha temple. This is not so impressive as the earlier one, and the same. So I won't go into the details of this one. Next slide, please. Next slide. Could you please give the next slide? Kaushik, could you please give the next slide?
দেখাচ্ছে না? Isn't it showing?
Next slide, please.
Isn't it showing, দিদি? দেখাচ্ছে না সাথীদি?
Can I have the next slide, please? Anyway, the next slide was that of an Avalokite image. It is found in a small hamlet in Chhatra block in the Chhatra district of Jharkhand. And the icon is quite abraded. Can I have the slide, please? Hello? Hello? Can I have the slide, please? Dr. Parimu, can I continue?
Yeah, please do.
Can I continue?
Yeah, please.
Without the slides?
Well, under the circumstances, I think, please do
So,
continue.
actually what I was trying to say that um, the next slide was about an Avalokiteshvara image in Kandari, which is again another site. This is also unpublished, and in the upper part of the image, there are the 5 Tathagatas and 2 other seated images, which could be the Bodhisattvas or female characters. It is not clear whether the 2 additional seated figures bordering the stela, like the 5 Tathagatas on the top part, are male or female. According to Picro, they could be female figures and form a single group of 4 characters with the 2 smaller images seated in the corners of the pedestal. This is according to a personal communication with Professor Picro in 2018. Apparently, these 4 small characters are part of a mandala with Avalokiteshvara at the center. And so it is also very much similar to, according to Picro, to an Avalokiteshvara image now found from Mahakali, Vikrampur, in the National Museum of Bangladesh. This Avalokiteshvara image may also be stylistically assigned to a period ranging from the 11th to the 12th centuries CE. Actually, since there are some more slides and the PowerPoint, I don't know, it just somehow disappeared. I want to say another thing, that there are many sites with these late Buddhist iconographical specimens, and one such site is Bargaon, then Bihari, all small hamlets centering around Itkori. Itkori is of course famous for its Ma Bhadra Kali temple, which is actually the image of a Tara. And this one, Bihari has also given many important sculptures, and this was the Kandari Avalokiteshvara image, which I was talking about. Next slide, please. This is in Marichi from Bargaon. Bargaon is another site near Itkori, and this is a very much, this is a phyllite image, but this is very much abraded. So not much details are to be said. Marichi images have been found from Daihar, from Sohra, from Itkori, from Bargaon, from Bahiri. Lot of Marichi image have been recorded by us. Next slide, please. This is these are all the Buddhist remnants, votive stupas, and slabs of votive stupas, all found from the archaeological site museum at Itkori. So, as you can see, these are all very much similar to those found from Bodh Gaya and the other adjoining sites of the South Bihar plains. Please, can you roll on the slides? There is no need to say, yes, these are the votive stupas. And one interesting thing in Itkori is that pink sandstone was used, which was most probably originated from the Kaimur area, and not the yellow sandstone, but the pink sandstone. And these are the votive stupas of different shapes. You can see the Chhatravali. And the other next slide, please. This also horizontal rows of seated Buddha figures. I must tell you something. About a year back, the Archaeological Survey of India had undertaken an excavation at Sitagara in Hazaribagh district. And there, similar stupa remains, figures have been found, as we found in the Itkori, Bargaon. This is also in the Archaeological Site Museum, Marichi. Marichi was very famous. So these Sitagara remains, which have been excavated under Neeraj Sharma, now he is in the Ranchi circle. So that is also a very important site. That also have been dated between the 8th to the 12th century CE, the remains, and the sculptures are very much similar. So we have a wider area of the Chotanagpur area, region, which seems to have been harboring these late Buddhist monastery complexes. Last slide, please. I end with Ma Bhadra Kali. This is the skillfully carved image of Tara, worshipped as Ma Bhadra Kali, is one of the finest Buddhist icons of Eastern India. And it was dated, it has an inscription, it is an inscribed icon, dated in the 8th regnal year of the Pala king Mahendrapala. That is, the latter half of the 9th century, is noted for its dimensions and stylistic features. This beautiful icon of chloritite phyllite stands in Shamapada Stanaka on a Vishwapadda with her lower right hand displaying the Varada, while the left hand raised chest high holds the stalk of an Utpala. According to Bose Pitcrow, like the Bodhisattva images from Bodh Gaya and Guneri, and although directly related to the Kurkihar idiom, the Tara includes elements characterizing the Bodh Gaya stylistic trend. The back slab is open behind her, and etc. And the same pattern is evident from a substantial number of Buddha icons from Kurkihar and Bodh Gaya. Besides Pitcrow, Huntington has also observed about this deity, and what is interesting is that the inscription on the pedestal constitutes of two halves, and it also says about two Ranakas or royal officials, who were ruling there during the rule of the Mahendrapala. So I think I better stop here because there are so many sculptures in the Chotanagpur Plateau region that it is very difficult to summarize them in one place. And not only Buddhist elements, Brahmanical ideology, the number of Brahmanical sculptures are also great over here. So the settlement activities crystallize different religious ideologies. And what we find is that this region was not an isolated or secluded one, as I've been saying time and again. And the Vajrayana trajectory was very much popular here. That is the vast corpus of the late Buddhist iconography. And regarding the Buddhist orbit in South Bihar plains and plateau region, including modern Jharkhand, we may visualize in a restricted sense the basic pattern of diffusion, which had been labeled by Eric Zurker as contact expansion. In this paradigm of contact expansion, the proximity of monasteries located on the main routes next to each other facilitated regular communication and constant feedback, thus accounting for complicated monastic organizations, formalized textual collections, and integrated religious doctrines. So I'll end my lecture here, and thank you. And Sitagara artifacts, Sitagara, all the sculptural and archaeological assemblages discovered from Sitagara, which are now with the ASI, must be reappraised and reanalyzed to give a wider picture of the Chotanagpur Plateau region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati Rai. It was very enlightening to have a good idea of the excavations and new finds from the Chotanagpur area, and as envisaged in the concept of the seminar, the continuity in the later centuries of many of the earlier iconographical traits could also be seen in these images. I suppose because time is running late, can we go back to the first speaker if the slides are ready?
Yes.
Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal. She has already been introduced. I want to say I'm very happy to at least having known one of the speakers since our young days. I'm happy to see her, and I'm looking forward to listening to her paper. Dr. Chudamani.
Thank you, Professor. Distinguished Professor and Art Historian, Professor Parimu. I'm very happy to present under your chairmanship. And also I thank Dr. Sudeepa and her entire team for inviting me to speak on Jain iconography. I request for the slide, please, PPT. Is it okay? Hello, Kaushik? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's not okay. Its
Can you
access is denying.
Huh?
Access is denying. You have sent us the Google Drive option, but the access is denying. So you have to give the give us the access to operate. You have sent us the link for Google Drive.
Yeah. So what is to be done now?
Either you have to give us the access to your Google Drive, or else, just like previous one, you start your PPT on your desktop and go without seeing yourself, just open that window. Open that window. Where is after share screen, you have to choose the window on which your PPT is. Okay?
Share screen. I have then
Yeah.
share
Share screen,
screen.
then window. Choose window. Share
Window
screen
is
option, then choose your window.
yes.
Your PPT window.
I have clicked, but it's not showing.
It will show. It will show.
No.
You have to run your PPT on your desktop, and you have
It's
to.
already there.
Okay. Then
It's not.
you opt share screen. You opt
Yes.
share screen.
I
Then
have done.
go for share screen, the window option,
Yes,
and
I
in
have
that
also. It's not opening.
In that window option.
No, it's not opening.
So there is problem on your PPT itself.
No, there is no problem, but I'm not comfortable with this.
It's not showing us.
Screen sharing cancelled. I don't know what to do now. Without.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand that.
It's disaster without
Without showing your PPT, yeah. I can understand, but then you have to give me the access to your Google Drive. Without accessing that, I can't do anything.
1 minute.
That time your PPT was running.
Yeah, yeah, it was running. Should I send it again?
If you go by your Google Drive, you have to give us access, or else you have. But you were saying that your PPT is bigger to send in email, right?
I'm sending again.
Preeta, can you hear me? Preeta, can you hear me?
Just I'm sending.
Preeta, can you hear me? Are you sending again the link of Google Drive?
Can you send us in PDF?
Yeah, send it PDF. Please check whether you can.
Preeta, check your mail.
Preeta, check. I have sent it again.
Okay. Still not here.
Preeta, can you open that?
The mail is still, I think it's queued or something. It's not reached me yet.
Hello.
Preeta,
বল
খুলছে?
আরে আসেনি মেলটা।
আগের বারে উনি গুগল ড্রাইভ পাঠিয়েছেন, সেটা তো মানে অ্যাক্সেস ছাড়া খুলতেই পারবো না।
আসছেও না আমার কাছে এখনো।
ওনাকেই আরেকবার খুলতে চেষ্টা করতে বল। ওনার ডেস্কটপে, উনি ডেস্কটপের অপশনটা তো বুঝতে পারছেন না কিছুতেই। ম্যাম, ইউ হ্যাভ টু আনমিউট। দেখি।
এসছে, আমি পাঠাচ্ছি, দাঁড়া।
Is it opening, please?
We are checking, ma'am.
We are checking. It has just reached me.
যদি এসে থাকে ডাউনলোড করবি তুইও। বারবার টেকনিক্যাল গ্লিচ হচ্ছে।
এসে গেছে, দাঁড়া আমি পাঠাচ্ছি। তোকে কিসে পাঠাবো?
মেলেই পাঠা, মেল খোলা আছে।
Disaster.
Ma'am, in between this time, you can try again to share the screen.
I tried 2-3 times. It's not opening. I tried. I have been trying. It's not
Okay,
opening.
I can understand. This happens sometimes. After all,
I
it's
wish
technology.
it was Zoom, we could have Zoom. This is, I don't know what system it is. Always this is a problem.
Technological glitch.
Always problem. This Steam, what is this called? StreamYard is not a
No, we are
proven.
having no problem. We are doing from StreamYards again and again.
If you go to Zoom, you will have broader screen, good presentation. See whether
Ma'am,
it has.
check. It's your desktop has come to our screen. Okay.
Yeah, it's popped up.
Just go to that window.
There is no window here.
No. Play slides. You just play slides. There must be some options.
There is no option. You start from your side, please.
এই তোকে পাঠিয়েছি কৌশিক।
ঢুকলো এখনই।
It's not opening. I think we can go to next speaker.
Okay, just a moment.
It's waste of time.
It's downloading. Let's see. I hope.
No, I hope this will work out.
I hope too.
It's downloading okay, Kaushik?
It's downloading.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, make it bigger, larger, full screen. Full screen, please. I need not be there. I can just speak.
Okay.
Still larger because
No, we can do larger than this.
Only this much.
Only this much.
Nothing can be seen. I think it can go to larger because the first speaker, she was giving a very large, images. You can go to full screen or that PPT.
Okay. This is 100% zoom.
100%. No, in that there is option for slideshow. Go to slideshow. There is an option. Go to slideshow and open it.
This way?
It's not opening. Slideshow.
Yeah.
Last mine. Anyway, I'll start. You just try and make it larger. Okay. Sorry for all this, confusion and technical glitch. Hope things will go smooth now from here onwards. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Be there. The art of image making is a glorious and living testimony to the uniqueness of Indian art and culture. Indeed, the icons stand as the epitomized symbols of Indian cultural heritage. The sacred duty of a Jaina is to worship images, dedicate sacred images and sacred books, and build temples and libraries. I am presenting on Karnataka Digambara Jaina tradition. A historical instance of Atimabbe, wife of a chieftain under Kalyana Chalukyas, in early 11th century, distributed 1,500 images of Jaina Parshvanatha made of gold and studded with precious stones to the devotees. She ordered the scribes to write 1,000 copies of poet Ponna's Shanti Purana on palm leaves, and they too were distributed among scholars. So image worship was a great importance and strongly rooted tradition in Jainism. The images are to be created to the specific iconographic features according to the Jaina sacred texts. There is not much difference in image worship between Shwetambar and Digambar sects of Jainism. Apart from the images of 24 Tirthankaras, there were plenty of images known as Yakshas and Yakshis in Jaina order. In Vallabhi Council in 6th century CE, a pantheon of divinities were formed and introduced. These divinities were the guardian spirits known as Shasana Devata, who fulfill the wishes of ordinary devotees. Every Tirthankara has a dedicated pair of Yaksha and Yakshi. On the right of the Tirthankara are the Yaksha, and on the left are the images of Yakshis. They are known to serve the Tirthankaras, protect him while he is in penance. Along with the Tirthankaras, the Yaksha and Yakshi are also worshipped. In Karnataka, according to Jaina scholar Professor Nagarajaya, by the 1st and 2nd century CE, the worship of Yaksha and Yakshi as Shasana Devatas was popular. Though each of the 24 Tirthankaras have separate Yaksha and Yakshi, the most popular are the 5 Yakshis, namely Padmavati, Chakreshwari, Jwalamalini, Kushmandini, and Siddhaini, known as Pancha Kuladevi. However, the tradition of worship of these goddesses became more prevalent after the 9th century. In course of development, goddess Padmavati attained highest socio-cultural importance. Songs and special chants were composed, elaborate rituals were observed, especially Fridays were chosen for customary rituals, offerings to Padmavati, similar to that of Hindu goddesses like Sharadamba or the Marikamba or Mukambika. So Padmavati has become a predominant goddess among the Jaina pantheon. So these were the practices associated with the Yakshi Padmavati. This paper or this lecture explores the special iconography modes of worship, ritual significance of all these 5 Pancha Kuladevis. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. Hello. Previous one. Yes. So just I want to bring to your attention the symbolism of Pancha in Indian philosophy and literature. Pancha Indriyas, we have Pancha Mahabhutas, Pancha Mahadevas, Pancha Pandavas, and Kanda in Pali, it is 5 elements according to Buddhism, like Rupa, Vedana, Saugna, Samskara, and consciousness. Pancha Parameshri in Jain tradition, Arihant, Siddha, Acharyas, Upadhyayas, Muni, Sadhu, monk, nun, they are all. So when you say Om in Jainism, you are propitiating all these Pancha Parameshri. Pancha Kuladevi in Jain tradition are the Kushmandini, Padmavati, Chakreshwari, Jwalamalini Siddhaika. We also have in our tradition Panchakanya. There is a saying that Panchakanya Smare Nityam Mahapapaka Nashanam. So Draupadi, Ahalya, Sita, Tara, Mandodari. And this Panchakanya have even drawn the attention of Rabindranath Tagore, who staged a drama based on this Panchakanya concept. So there are Panchadevis also introduced, like Lakshmi, Saraswati, Parvati, Durga, Gayatri, and Radha. Next, please. So now we come to the term Kula. Kula, all of you know that it is a race, a family, refers to part of a village also. What do you mean by that? That is, the boundaries are defined as much land as one can cultivate, with two plows defined in Manusmriti. In Sanskrit, Kula is clan or family or lineage. So Kula refers to family, even in Mahaprajnaparamita Sara. In Jainism, Kula has a special context. Apart from all this, Kula refers to a group of sects and represents one of the 10 persons suitable for rendering services. These 10 persons are entitled to 13 kinds of service, and all these services are social services. Kula, one of the 10 types of nursing services. It is also like, you must have a preceptor, and your Kula is, or your lineage of the disciples and the monkhood, everything has been understood from the term as Kula. Next. Devi is usually a queen, specially crowned as, next please, as Agramahishi, who has undergone the consecration along with her husband as Patamahishi. Devi also is addressed to Vaishnavi, who is the sister of Mahavishnu. Devi, usually a female deity in Brahminical terminology, and also a tantric goddess, particularly supernatural power with Kundalini. Devi in Jainism has a special significance. It is not there, it is not a female deity in Jainism. Devi is the mother of 18th Tirthankara, Arahanatha. Otherwise, you don't find Devi in that context. There is no Devi concept, but the female guardians are known as Yakshi. So Kula Devata, Kula Devi. The word Kula Devata is derived from two words, Kula meaning clan and Devata meaning deity, worshipped by particular clans, and the deity can be male, female, animal, totem, anything. And the rituals of Kula Devata and Kula Devi usually connected genetically among the members of the family. So it passes on from several generations, then that Kula Devata has been considered. Next, please. Next. So coming to the concept of Kula Devi or Kula Devata, original Jaina tradition, there is no belief of Kula Devata and Kula Devi in Jainism. Brief in Kula Devi and Kula Devi in is a Mithya Vada as per Jainism. But they believed only Vitaragi, Sarvagya, and Hitopadeshi. They are the people whom they believed, not this concept of Kula Devata or anything. But in course of time, they are tutelary deity of royal family. These Devis or these Yakshis become the tutelary deity of royal family. There are several Kula Devi Ambika temples dedicated in Rajasthan and Gujarat, the Jain Ambika tradition. Also in Karnataka, Digambara tradition, recognized 5 Kula Devis by the Jain rulers and mutts. So you have one Kula Devi image from Ujjaini, that is Harasiddhi Devi. And this Kula Devi is Chamundeshwari, the royal family of Wadayars in Mysore. And this is the Kula Devi from the Solanki. So you can see that there you find them as the tutelary deity. Come to the next place. Now we go to one by one the Panchakula Devis. Briefly, I am going to deal, not in detail. So Panchakula Devis, that is one I am taking first, Padmavati. The worship of Jaina female deities was very popular in Digambara tradition. The cult of Padmavati, the Yakshi of Parshvanatha. She is the Yakshi of Parshvanatha. She will have a dedicated Garbhagrahas in Basadis. Basadis are the Jain temples. Vasatis have become Basadis. The iconography of Padmavati Devi is she appears with a crown made of serpent hoods. Initially, when she is in the form of an attendant, she will have a single hood. Later, she will have 3, 5, 7 hoods in her crown. That very clearly, iconographically, you can recognize that this is Padmavati of Jain goddess. She sports with a bird, Kukuta, and a sarpa. Both are always shown with her. And she holds in upper hand a lotus and a pasha. In the lower hand, she has the bijapura, that is the fruit, and ankusha. She always sits in the Lilasana or Lalitasana. In Karnataka, Lokki tree is dedicated to her. Next, please. So there are 4 positions and status for Padmavati which have been identified through sculptures and through iconography. Yakshi Padmavati in attendance with her consort Dharanendra, positioning herself to the right of Jaina, left of Jaina Parshvanatha. So this is the first position. In the second position, Yakshi Padmavati as Parivara Devata in the shrines of Tirthankaras. She is not an independent deity, but as a Parivara Devata. And in the third stage, you see that gaining the spiritual ascendance, and she emerges as independent status as a goddess. And in the fourth, you see that she goes beyond the Jain community, and she is the socio-cultural benevolent goddess, and all communities worship her. That is why you find in every village, even it is a small village, you find a Padmavati shrine. Because in Kannada, we have a, the proverb known as Urigella Padmavati. So in every place you find Padmavati because she is a socio-cultural benevolent goddess. So now we come to one by one, the early status in attendance. This is Padmavati. You can see in Badami cave, she is in the form of, standing next to the Parshvanath. So also in Jinnanathapura, you find her as standing in attendance. This is from Hummacha. In this panel of Parshvanatha, you see Padmavati is standing in attendance, and she is having the single hood, as I mentioned. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is what Hummacha I mentioned. Next, please. So in the first picture, you see that she is part of the shrine of Parshvanatha. You have one side Dharanendra, and the other side Padmavati is placed. In the second picture, what you see, though it is a Parshvanatha temple, she is given importance as the deity, but within the sanctum of Parshvanatha. Next, please. Next, please. So here you see the Brahma Jinalaya, 11th century, constructed by Dhanachintamani Attimabbe. And these are all the things which are placed in the Garbhagraha of the temple. You can see the Brahmayaksha, and also Padmavati is treated as one of the Parivara Devata there. Next, please. Next, please. This is that famous epigraph of Atimabbe. It's a huge and large epigraph which speaks about Atimabbe and how she was treated in those days. That was in 1950 to 1016 CE. She patronized writers, sculptors, musicians, dancers, storytellers, warriors, orphans. She built 1501 Jain temples. And that is the next place. Such an important contribution of Atimabbe, and she constructed all the temples of Parshvanath. So Atimabbe was equated with the Jaina Shasana Devi Padmavati. So she is equated and got the Biruda, that is the title, as Gatantaki. So that shows that Padmavati was popular and Atimabbe was standing next to Padmavati, and this is the image you find in Brahmajinalaya, Lakundi. You don't find, Padmavati having the hood, but on the crown you see the Jina Parshvanatha image. But other things are according to the iconography features. So out of the 1,500 temples she built, all are the Parshvanatha Basadi. So you know now how Padmavati became such an important, a contribution from Atimabbe's time. So Padmavati Dharana combined became, that is Dharanendra, became popular as Ghatantaki Basadi. Atimabbe attained sainthood by the time of this record. Next, please. So in memory of Dana Chintamani Atimabbe, who has given so much to Karnataka Jainism, the Lifetime Achievement Award for a woman contributor to literature and culture in memory of Atimabbe has been constituted by Government of India, and it was the blessings of Atimabbe probably. I received this award in 2019 and 20. Next, please. Now we move very fast just to see, show you how popular was this Padmavati. This is the Akkana Basadi from Shravanabelagola. You see the images from this temple. Next, please. Next, please. Padmavati, here also you see her as the Parivara Devata in various basadis, and there will be a shrine for her or mandapa, and she is so popular. Next, please. And these are Padmavati worshipped in the shrines of all the Jain temples. At least a small image is kept and specially worshipped as Padmavati image. Next, please. This is an independent temple built for Padmavati in Humacha. There is a long legend connected to Padmavati and why she has been installed, because she was the tutelary deity of the Santara royal family who ruled that area. And Loki tree, which you can see here, the tree which is associated with Padmavati iconographically, has been kept behind the shrine of Padmavati. And the stele, what you are seeing, is the entire story of how Padmavati emerges as an independent deity here. Next, please. Next. See, this is the Garbhagriha of Humacha Padmavati. You see the decoration of Padmavati with so much of flowers. You see that all these worshippers are keenly looking at Padmavati. What are they looking? It's not just the arati or anything. They are watching whether from right side the flowers will fall. And every Friday, so many people, they come here to watch with what happens. So that is their vow to Padmavati, and when it falls from right side, and they feel that they are worthwhile. So that is what is Padmavati in Humacha. Next, please. And there is an independent Padmavati temple, which is a principal deity in Mudbidre. Mathada Basadi. So it is on the way to Mudvidre Matha, you find this huge Padmavati placed, whereas the Parshvanatha becomes a small image in that particular shrine. Next, please. Next, please. Hello. Go to next slide. Next slide, please.
Just a moment.
Why it is stopped?
It is stopped because of technical glitch. Have to wait, ma'am.
Stopped. Should I go ahead? So there are elaborate rituals conducted for Padmavati, and there are pictures, which shows about that. Now we go to next Kuladevi, that is Kushmandini, or the Ambika. The worship of Jaina female, deities was very popular in Digambara tradition, and Kushmandini or Ambika is the Yakshi of Neminatha. So Ambika is flanked by her sons, Shubhankara and Prabhankara, and maybe riding on the lion, and she holds a Amralumbi in her hand, Bijapura in another hand, and she's seated in Lalitasana. Behind her, you will see a huge mango tree. And I have so many beautiful images. Aratipur, probably you people must not have seen this. I'm sorry, you're not able to see that. And so many Kushmandini images from Shravanabelagula, because there she is one of the principal deity in Shravanabelagula. Kushmandini from Humacha is another, very powerful image you find there. Now we come to the third Chakreshwari, the Yakshi Chakreshwari. She is the Yakshi of Adinatha, the first Tirthankar. She is placed at the entrance or the entrance of the Garbhagriha, but she doesn't have an independent temple or anything. Or she can be placed on the walls of the temple. So Chakreshwari is like a prototype of Hindu goddess Vaishnavi. She holds a number of chakras in upper hand, and in the lower hand she has Padma and Varadamudra. She is seated in Lalitasana, and a Garuda is always shown with her. Next, please. Next. Yeah. This is the elaborate ritual. Next, please. Yes, these are the Kushmandini. Next, please. This is Kushmandini. Next, please. This is the Aratipuru beautiful image which has been excavated by Archaeological Survey of India. Next. Go to next. Yeah. This is from different shrines of Karnataka, and one of them is from Humacha and Markali. Next, please. Yeah. This is the most powerful image of Ambika or Kushmandini. Go to the next. I was speaking about the Chakreshwari. Next, please. This is the Chakreshwari image. You can't make it large. It's very small. Anyway, go to next. This is the Chakreshwari Adinatha from Markuli, 12th century. Next. These are different angles of Chakreshwari. You see how many chakras she is holding in her hands. That is why she is regarded as Chakreshwari, very powerful deity, and who will remove all the obstacles. And that is how here the Digambara tradition follow her. Next, please. This is another Chakreshwari worshipped in the temple, that is in Adinatha Basadi Shantigrama. She will also have the swing ritual. She is placed on the swing, and on a particular day, she has been propitiated in that. Next, please. We come to fourth Kula Devi, that is Jwalamalini. She is the cult of Jwalamalini is the Yakshi of Chandraprabha. Chandraprabha Tirthankar. And she is installed in Garbhagriha and Basadis, whereas Chakreshwari was not given that status. So iconography of Jwalamalini is she holds arrow, trident, two pashas, bow, and mudgara in her hands. Vasunandi's text on architecture, Pratishta, Sarasangraha, it speaks about her having all the various attributes and weapons. Her crown has the blazing fire. Through that you understand that it is the Jwalamalini. And Aggala, the Kannada writer, he talks about Jwalamalini in great detail about her complexion. And she is also having equated with Mahishasura-Mardini of Brahmanic gods. Next, behind previous one. Here you can see how she is holding all her weapons in the hand. Number of hands, maybe 8, maybe 12, maybe 16. So she is most powerful deity. So in the Parshvanatha Basadi also you have Jwalamalini in Gerso. This is one of the very important centers of Jainism. Next, please. This is the Jwalamalini Basadi temple built for Jwalamalini. One more image you can see. Jwalamalini from Chandraprabha Basadi. Usually she is placed in the Chandraprabha Basadi. Kuladevi. Next slide. Yeah. The next. Next slide. So the fifth Kuladevi recognized as Siddhaika. Siddhaini is the Yakshi of Mahavira. And she is placed at the shrine near Mahavira image. Independent temples are not found in Karnataka for Siddhaika. The iconography of Siddhaika is very simple. She holds Pustaka and Veena. She is seated in Lalitasana. The very early representation of Siddhaini we find in the Badami Chalukya. You can see. Next. You can see Siddhaini standing there in attendance. Next, please. Next. So in Mahavira, temples or basadis, you find this size of small shrine for Siddhaini, and sometimes with her yaksha on site. So this is what the 5 Pancha Devis. Next. They are also placed like this, worship in the group of 5 Devis, and they are all most of the time the images. So you find Jwalamalini, Kushmandini, and Padmavati, and the other 2 in Siddhaika. So I come to the conclusion. In conclusion, this topic is vast to comprehend within a paper of this nature. It has opened up several avenues of exploring and approaching the Jaina iconography, expressed in the form of sculptures and painting. The Jaina icons are the most elegant and brilliant examples of Indian art of image making and opens up a brilliant chapter in Jaina art and iconography. The use of marble in medieval period signifies purity, whiteness, and calm. And at any point of time, it stands for serenity. The impressive Yaksha and Yakshini figures, because we find in Buddhist Yakshis almost 70 of them. Hindu Yakshis we have 36 in number, and Jaina Yakshi we have only 24. So these are the impressive Yaksha and Yakshini figurines, the vibrant imagery associated with the iconography of Indra, in a way substitute for the austere principles of Jaina visual culture. So also the fly whisk holders and the celestial nymphs create an aura of authentic representation of beauty, charm, and dedication. The Jaina iconography is well conceived, expressed, received, and responded through the ages in Indian art history and continue to survive to consummate the ritual and devotional needs and objectives of Jaina tradition. Here, I would like to mention that all this work we have been carried in Karnataka, assigned by Firodia Trust, Pune. They are documenting entire Indian Jainism under a project, Philosophy of Jain Museum, which they are going to establish near Lonavala, Bombay. So they are documenting every state, Jainism in every state, sites as well as literature particularly. So they have assigned me this project to me, and I worked on the entire Jaina sites of Karnataka, most of them, and with the consultancy of Professor Hampa Nagarajaya, and the team which I headed associated with me was Dr. Soumya Chavan and Dr. Gomati Gowda and Dr. Aruna. So they were with me for all the documentation, and it was a great experience to find so many shrines for these Devis. So it made me to think about this, because Jainism is a religion of liberation. Then why again coming back to the worshipping tradition and Devis and all that? That shows the amalgamation of the Hindu or the various Shakta tradition on Jainism. Also the influences, we come across such encounters in our studies and all that. So that gave me a kind of scope to work. Probably it requires little more because of time and others. This glitch, I was little upset about it. I'm sorry for that. And when we write about this will be a very good paper, I hope. And I thank Professor Parimu for chairing this session and speaking about me. I really, I feel very much, great respect for him, and also Dr. Sudeepa and her team. Thank you, Vaneda.
Thank you, Dr. Chudamani. And I'm not an expert of either Vajrayana iconography or Jaina iconography, but I happen to do some work on Jain painting in Gujarat, and it is an entirely new information. Gujarat doesn't have, incidentally, the concept of 5 Kuladevis, Pancha Kuladevis, as you have explained, so far as Karnataka is concerned, particularly Digambar Jain sect. Though 4 Yakshis, as late Upisha, the scholar of Jainism, he has defined he uses the term four popular Jain Yakshis, which is Chakreshwari, Padmavati, Ambika, and Siddhaika, leaving Jwalamalini. But there are no so paper is very
Yes.
Dr. Parimu, Dr. Parimu is facing network problem. Preeta?
Yes. I think he's coming back. Yeah, he's here. Professor
ready?
Parimu, can you hear us?
Yes.
I think you have some network issues because your voice is breaking up.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's very clear.
Now it's clear. Yes.
Please start.
Yeah, next paper.
So shall I start, sir? Good afternoon, sir. Shall I start?
Yes, please start. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start sharing my slides with you. Is the slide visible?
Yes.
Preeta, is my slide visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Priya,
Okay.
go
So
on.
shall I continue with the kind permission of the chair of the session today? Okay. So anyways, there is some delay in the today's session. So with the kind permission of the organizers and Professor Parimu, who is chairing this session, I would like to commence my presentation. Today I'm talking about ornamentation of the Buddhist deities in the early iconographical traditions. I won't be talking about the basic iconographical features, but I will be just looking into the way these images had been ornamented using jewelry or floral patterns. The present paper is an attempt to look at the ornamentation of the Buddhist deities as seen in the early iconographical tradition of Buddhism. The discussion will focus on various embellishments which were used by the artist to represent the grandeur of the deities in a stone medium in both Hinayana and Mahayana traditions. These images appear as perfect embodiments of detachment and at the same time represented cultural themes of decorative motif used on the body of the deity, drapery, as well as the background and the pedestal of the image. I analyzed the visual forms of these ornamentations in an analytical and comparative context. The concept of the paper lies on the idea that within any given artistic tradition or style, the range of intentional and accidental variation was limited by the shared training and standards of the members of the group. Variation was frequently tied to patronage, that is, the amount of patron paid the artist to produce an image or shrine, or the patron's special requirements with regard to iconography and decoration. The religious themes of Buddhist iconography found inspiration from a range of popular folk cults which were incorporated into the evolving iconography in the form of yakshas, apsaras, bhutas, nagas, fertility related goddesses, and etc. The sense of the unity and solidarity of creation and the eternal character of the great miracles of the Nativity, departure, and the demise of the Buddha gave a metaphysical, timeless character to Indian plastic art and introduced its early classic phase. Looking at the Buddhist Pantheon as we know today, the Buddhist Pantheon developed in an extensive manner with the rise of Vajrayana school, wherein the five Dhyani Buddhas, Akshobhya, Vairochana, Amitabh, Ratnasambhava, and Amog Siddhi were conceived initially, and later various male and female deities were added to individual Dhyani Buddhas. So I'm quoting a paragraph from the Guha Samaja Tantra, which talks about the origin of these deities. And it says that the bodhicitta secures oneness with the shunya or the infinite spirit in the highest state of meditation. Its mind is filled with innumerable visions and scenes until at last, like sparks, the bodhisattva visualizes letters of alphabets as germ syllables, which gradually assume the shape of male or female deities, first indistinct, then changing into perfect, glorious, living forms, the embodiment of infinite. These deities appear before his mind's eye in bright, effulgent, gorgeous, and divine beauty in form, dress, and ornaments. Now, looking at some early examples, before the anthropomorphic form of Buddha started to appear in the iconography, when we look at the earliest tradition in Hinayana phase, where Buddha was represented in a symbolic form or an iconic form, in this early phase, the ornamentation which happened to occur in many sites all over India, the best examples can be seen from Sachi, Bharut, Bodh Gaya, and even from Bhaja and Karle, where the Lord Buddha was represented either as a Vajrasana or a empty Simhasana, or as a stupa, or as a body tree, or simply as a footprint. So in that case, in all these in examples, still the artist wanted to incorporate a sense of aesthetic appeal and a idea of ornamentation by using some very common motifs which became part of this decoration which we see till 12th 13th century. So these decoration motifs happen to be the use of garlands. These garlands appeared on the body tree, over the stupa, in the hands of the yakshas hanging over the panels, or even in the vajrasanas. And along with these uh, garlands, we also come across the use of chatras, the use of umbrellas, multiple umbrellas, again hanging in the edge with the garlands, which were used as a ornamentation for these symbols. So this tradition continued in later period also, when the symbols were replaced with the human forms of the deities. The floral motif, when we come to the idea of floral decoration, it seems to be a very common motif which came across all the religions starting from Buddhist tradition. Even in the architectural tradition itself, the floral motif, especially the lotus, was very much dominantly visible, and one can see the lotus as a motif in early Buddhist monuments like Bharut and Sanchi. On the screen, I'm showing you two examples of the earliest representations of goddess Lakshmi or Gajalakshmi pattern from Bharut and Sanchi, where the goddess is in the center of the panel and she is either holding lotus, she is seated over the lotus, her foot is supported by a lotus pedestal, and the elephants who are flanking her figure, they are standing over the lotus, huge sizes of lotus, and this panel itself is dominated by the theme of the floral motif. And this hair coiffure, the large spiral earrings, anklets, vest girdle, necklace, rows of bangles in each hand, a very complicated hair coiffure was something which starts from this period and later is adapted by the goddesses like Tara and Harati in the later Gupta period onwards. When we come to the actual Buddhist iconography, as the Buddha's iconography was restricted by restricting the artist's imagination in using jewelry as a mode of decorating the image, the artists turned into some kind of innovative methods and used aesthetic ideas to increase the appeal of this icon. They use the manner of folding as well as flow of his drapery, the curls of his hair, the facial expressions, his eyebrows, his eyes, and the size of his nose as a functional ornamentation, which was later noticed throughout the various schools of Buddhist iconography. The emphasis on decorating the halo, that is the Padmavati behind the deity's head, and the available space behind his body was just a method used by the artist to add decorative elements to the Buddhist image. When we look at these particular scene, you are looking at three different forms of the Buddhist deity. In the first example, we have Gandhara Buddha. Second example we have is the Bodhisattva Maitreya. And the third one is the Mahaparinib scene representing Lord Buddha. In these three icons, which happen to be very simple, which with not much ornamentation done over them, due to the restrictions of the artists in the depiction of image of the god, here we come across some basic ideas which the artist was able to incorporate, especially in the second image, where the traditional sthata, which was a religious thread, was hanging from his shoulder from left to right. Some basic jewelry was added to his physical imagery. And the third one, which we are looking at, that is the Mahaparinirvana Buddha scene, where Buddha is represented in the human form along with the stupa behind him, overhanging the panel in a dominant manner. It was again adorned with a lotus pattern. There was a kind of symbol added to it on the top, which looks like the Srivasa symbol, and the trees and the halo and the beads which were added to the Prabhavali to make it, giving it some kind of aesthetic appeal to this particular imagery. When we look at the early bodhisattvas, for example, Bodhisattva Vajrapani, who comes from a Greco-Roman tradition as Heracles, in this particular example, you can see the strong influence of Greco-Roman tradition on his attire, his hair, as well as his muscular body. The only thing which is ornamenting his body is the khata hanging from his left to right shoulder. And in later period, which I have not discussed here, we all are familiar with how the imagery of this bodhisattva moved from a Greco-Roman influence to a very much Indianized version of the Buddhist deity, which had strong influence coming from the Hindu tradition. Looking at Avalokiteshvara, another important bodhisattva in Buddhist tradition, according to the traditional literature of Buddhism, an important place is given to this bodhisattva, and he is always represented with a kirita or a turban in the early tradition, which was supposed to be a crown, a bejeweled crown. And later in this bejeweled crown, the image of Buddha also found its place in the center of it, which later became an iconographical feature for this particular deity. This particular panel which we are looking at is from Amaravati Stupa, and it represents a very interesting scene in which the footprint of Buddha is seen in the one corner of this broken panel. It is surrounded by foot of male and female, probably, we can't actually tell, both in frontal mode as well as the moving position. And in the particular example, we can look at the jewelry worn by these figures, where we see different types of anklets, either in a single row or multiple rings or spirals of these anklets. The anklets are adorned with heavy spiral anklets of single or triple twists, accompanying a row of thin anklets. This ornament is something which recurs in all the Buddhist reliefs across the country, and it was used for yakshas, deities, as well as to depict the lay devotees. The second panel in the same slide shows a common motif of a swan holding a dripping lotus bird in his beak. The upper and lower edges of the panel has a bead and reel motif, which has been first observed at the Ashokan pillar at Sankesa, and later it was also reported from other sites as a type of a motif which occurred on the panels of the stone reliefs as well as on the fabric and the clothes worn by the deities and the devotees. The ornamental tradition which we come across in this iconography, uh, when we look at the early examples, while discussing the female hairstyles in the relief sculptures from various Buddhist sites, Murthy discusses styles like Keshapasha decked with flower wreaths. The women placed kunda blossoms and mandala flowers in their hair, sirsa flowers in the ears, the flowers blossoming in the rainy season on the parting of the hair, and the knit purbaka flowers in their tied hair. We also find stated here for the first time and with comprehensive authority the ornamental vocabulary of Indian art in all subsequent periods. Both male and female figures, yakshis, yakshas, or any other subsidiary deities or lay devotees were represented wearing heavy bangles and rows of beaded necklaces around their necks. The earrings have been discussed in detail by Cunningham in his report related to the site of Bharat, where he talks about the various ornaments worn by the sculptures at Bharat and lists a variety of earrings. I'm not going to read it. And Agrawala, when he talks about the features of Indian art, he discusses some of these earrings in details and calls them as Prakara Vapara Kundala. It was common in the ears of male and the female figures at Bharut and Sanchi, and the ornament consists of a prominent plaque seen in front of the ear, to which projection with two spiral turns is attached at the back and one in the earlobe. Its front portion is adorned with the design of a four-petal flower. The earliest is the extraordinary Bharut earring made in the size and shape of those seen on the Bharut railings, indicating that they were really worn at the time in spite of their large and uncomfortable size and twisted shape. One particular example which I have taken from the report of Kalingam is the jewelry Yakshini bust which he has discussed. In this bust, if you look at, I'm not going to read the whole quotation where he has described this particular image of Yakshi, where he talks about the tattoo marks on the face of Yakshi on her cheeks, as probably behind, in between her eye brows, where tattoos were made representing some kind of elephant, goat, or flower, and some kind of small decorations. So here, tattoos also appear as a kind of ornamentation of the figures. The necklaces, the huge earrings continue to be present in these images also. Looking at another way of ornamenting these deities was the use of headgear or pagadi kind of element. The two examples which you see there, courtesy the Lucknow Museum collection belonging to the Mathura School of Iconography. The deities were often depicted in the bulky fan-like headgears in the early iconography. This headgear was arranged in a circular pattern with rows of fabric folding in a concentric manner with an imposing knot holding the folds together. In this particular example, the headgear is supported by a metallic band on the upper forehead embossed with floral motifs. So this here headgear, this is one example. Several headgears in multiple folds, different types of headgears, which we come across starting from Bharat, Sachi, Bhaja, Karle, as well as in Sanati and Kanganhali also. This particular example, this is a scene representing how the artist was trying to use some kind of imagination to increase the beauty of Buddha's image. So, in the place of Arna, which was earlier just a solid patch on the place between the eyebrows of the god, they made a gap, and probably it was fixed with some kind of gems. In this particular example, which is from Patna Museum, you can see the place where the gem was supposed to be fixed, the gap is left. So that was a idea that the artist was trying to enhance the beauty of this particular sculpture. Coming to the end of the presentation, we are looking at the female deities, Tara and Hariti. So Tara and Hariti are goddesses which became very prominent from the later Gupta period. The images were depicted with tall crowns in complex patterns and motifs in addition to the usual ornaments like huge earrings, anklets, bangles, armlets, waistbands, girdle, and rows of necklaces. The waist girdle were decorated in a beaded pattern and series of hanging pearl strings. Coming to the conclusion of my paper, jewelry worn by the sculptors was an index of fashion prevailing there, as some ornaments no longer remain in use after a specific time period, whereas jewelry with religious significance were used in continuity. In ancient times, ornaments were more than accessory of embellishment. They were connected with every aspect of life or weather. Jewelry was also used an amulet for purpose of protection, for cure of ailments, to evoke celestial to shower blessings, riches, and fertility. Images used on jewelry enable us to track the art, architecture, sculptures, dresses, and hairstyles that no longer remain in vogue, along with analysis of the social, economical, religious, and mythical approach of the society they belong. Ornament detects sculptures and real jewelry items gleaned during excavation portray astral, zoomorphic, avian, floral, mystical, and religious symbols. So, with that, I come to the end of my paper. I thank the organizers as well as the chair of the session to giving me this chance to present my paper. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priya Thakur. It has been I mean, you have made a very good presentation based on observation of ornamentation in the Buddhist deities, particularly in the earlier periods. It requires a lot of detailed observation, the use of the ornaments. So in that sense, that it itself is of interest. And also in terms of the concept of the paper, I mean seminar, the survivals and continuities, also you have drawn attention to some of these aspects. I'm not sure how long this session is supposed to continue. I think it has been
I'm supposed to be the last speaker of this session.
Yes. So I thank all the three ladies, all the three very perceptive scholars for your presentations. I'm also very thankful that someone who has who retired 26 years ago has once again been brought in the classroom atmosphere. I had to take time to get adjusted to our methodology of, looking at photographs and making observations and so on. Would the organizers end this session? I mean,
Kaushik,
can we
is there any
formally?
question? Can you see?
No, it's.
I don't think there are any more questions.
Right. It must be quite tiring. I mean, we have been like this since 10 o'clock.
Rita, there isn't any question, so we can conclude.
Okay, so we can wrap this session up. This was, thank you, Professor Parimu. Thank you so much, all the speakers. And this was a very engrossing session. Apart from the technical glitches, we are very sorry for the technical glitches which disrupted this session again and again. But I think that connection is very poor right now in Kolkata, and this is complicating the matter further. So I think we can wrap up this session and we'll break for lunch. As we are running out of time, we'll cut short this lunch break. And I think now it's 1:15. We'll be back by 2 o'clock. Will it be okay? We'll reassemble at 2 for the second academic session, which is on Shaiva and Vaishnava iconography.
150.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prita?
Yes, can I try now?
Yeah, Prita
Hello?
Nair, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen, my screen. Let me see.
Yeah.
No, I am not getting, I think. Let me see.
You have to go to the window. It's showing us. Your desktop is showing us. You have to go
Yes.
to the specific window.
No, this is going to be. Just 1 second. I will try again. Actually, I have got a doubt. I have to open it. I mean, that in my screen, it has to be the PowerPoint. Is it like that? I have to open it. No, I did that.
Yeah, you have to open that PowerPoint, and when you are sharing screen, you have to choose that window in which the PowerPoint is.
But I'm not getting that. Let me see once again. I'm not familiar with your this what is tray.
It's same. Whatever you go for, it's basically same. You have to choose the particular share screen option. Before that, you have to open the PPT.
Yeah, I
PowerPoint.
opened the PPT, but
You have opened PPT. Now you choose sharing option. Yes. Run the PPT. You have to run the PPT. Go to particularly that window in which your PPT is open.
I could see many windows, so that is the problem. Rows of windows.
Close all the windows. First of all, close all the windows except the StreamYard in which you are in. Close all the windows first. Close
Actually,
all.
I opened only one, but that when I
This is basically today is very much. I don't know why everywhere is technical glitch is happening everywhere.
Let
So.
me see. Stop screen. I will go again. I think it is good that I made a trial. Otherwise, I would be in a fix. See that in my window that I can see the one with the KS and all, and there is a white window. It could be the main. Let me see. Window. Yeah, got it. Got it. Can you see it now?
Just a moment. Yeah, I can see it.
The full screen.
This is.
Okay.
Let me add to your stream. Now it's added. Now you can see this and make it full screen.
It is full screen now.
Okay, let me. Now it's full screen for studio also. So this is.
See, I will do it once again. Otherwise, I won't be confident.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Okay, I'm stopping the sharing. Okay, now I will go.
Now you are a bit confident. Now you are a bit confident.
Yeah, a little bit.
Little bit.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, please.
Share screen. Window. I got it. I got the trick. tell me that whether it is
Yes,
visible.
absolutely. Basically, it's simple, but you
It is
have to.
simple, but for the first time I'm using it. No, so that is the problem.
Okay, okay.
Now it is in the full
It is
screen, right?
absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
fine. Thank you very much.
and you can change the slides.
Yeah.
You can change it
That
yourself.
also I will try. It's moving.
Mhm.
Is it moving?
No, no, not moved. Go to the slide section. Yeah.
I am doing that. It is in the full screen mode.
Full screen mode. You have to inside your slides are open. Go there.
Inside, see this. This is my the first slide. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Then through the mouse, I am moving it. This is the second one.
No, that's not coming.
So what should we do then for that? Shall I end show?
Yeah, intro.
So I have to keep it in this mode, no, not as the full screen. Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible. Now change the slide.
Yeah, I changed.
Yeah,
Again.
it's showing.
But if it is, if I make it full screen, it's moving. It seems. Like here it is moving, but you can't see it.
It's moving. Yeah.
Shall I make it full screen first? Again.
Okay.
Yeah, I made it. Now changing, just to see. Here I changed to the second slide.
No, it's not changed.
Okay. So what is the solution for that? I think you have got solution for everything. So that is
Solution. The easiest way is you have to change the slide and make it full screen again. Change the slide and make it full screen again. Okay.
Okay. You mean that we have to try it again, like that from the beginning we have to go, right?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I will do that. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
And I think Dr. Kiran Kant is also here.
Yeah, I am from the beginning. I am here.
Okay. So it's better if you also check your slides.
Yeah, that is why I sent message, Mr. Dr. KS.
It's okay.
We are all new to this.
Yes, that is the problem. See that I am trying it again. I am sharing.
Okay. You share it.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Not in the full screen. I am making it to full screen.
Yeah.
I'm changing. It's moving?
No, it's not moving.
So there is some problem.
No, you exit full screen, change the slide, then go to full screen again.
My God, every time I have to go do in that way, then it will be very difficult. This is the, it's the second one.
Yeah. Now it's changing.
Now is it changing? No. Second. Is this the slide with Vaishnavism as the title?
Yes, Vaishnavism is there. Second slide is there.
This is the third slide, Vaishnavism in Tamilagam. Is it visible?
No, only Vaishnavism is there.
So
Vaishnavism.
I think that the full
screen, Vaishnavism in Tamilagam.
This is not full screen, sir. This is the other PPT mode.
Third slide.
So I think the full screen may not be possible. So that is what I conclude.
Okay.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah, it is moving.
But it is not full screen mode. So
no, at the right corner below, right corner, you click.
Yeah, I did. See, this is the full screen, but it is not moving, it seems. Here I am moving or changing the slides, but it's not visible.
It takes little time.
Okay. So what you suggest? Shall I go without the full screen then for the presentation? So it will be shown in a very small screen, right?
But if I click it, it comes to the full screen for us.
Oh, is it like that?
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Am I audible to you?
Hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, but if I click full screen, I am
Can you
getting
hear
it.
me?
So that you can do it, sir, Dr. KS. So there you can make it full screen. So this is what sir was telling, no? Kiran Khan sir.
Yeah,
Now I
like
used
this.
it as a full
Like
screen
this.
of yours. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now try. Can you see the third one? Vaishnavism in Tamilagam in full screen? Sir?
No, it is Vaishnavism on my screen.
Okay.
Still. Second
Then
slide is with me.
I made it to the third one. So is it visible?
No, it is not appearing for us.
So we'll do one thing. We can try with Kiran Khan sir's slide. Then
Yeah,
we
yeah.
will find what is the problem.
That's better.
Yeah.
Dr. KS?
Yeah,
Can I try?
you just yeah, you can try.
First share screen. Okay. Hello?
Not visible, sir.
Let me try. Is it visible?
No, sir. There is a title like window. You have to press that window, then share. Yeah, now it is coming. Yeah, it is visible. But in the PowerPoint mode, not the full screen.
Oh, many has come.
This is the same thing happened with mine also. I think Dr. Claudine also was presenting not in the full screen mode. We could see this, at one side, all the slides.
Madam, is it visible now?
No, sir.
No, that is also a problem.
I think we have to compromise it by showing it in the PowerPoint mode, not in the full screen.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. KS, we will meet at 2 then.
Hello?
I don't know whether...
Yes,
yeah.
yes, doctor.
Yeah, what I gathered is that we won't be able to make it full screen, but with the other one, we have to run. Right?
Otherwise, Dr. KS, I have sent my PPT to you.
I know you have sent it. Please run it again.
There will be 4
Dr. Chaudhary, Kiran Khan
slides.
Chaudhary, please run it again.
Hello.
You run it again.
Yeah, share. I go.
Dr. Chaudhary, please run it again.
I have to run it.
Yeah. You just
Yeah.
try again.
Yeah. Share screen.
Hmm.
Share screen. Yeah. Then I go. Can I go to window?
Wait. Yeah. Go to window.
There is entire screen, window, and Chrome tab.
Choose that.
I think so.
Choose
Namaste. We could see the
window.
at one side all the slides.
Choose the window where your PowerPoint is open.
Yeah. Now I have opened the PowerPoint.
And now choose that particular window where your PowerPoint is open.
Madam, is it visible now?
No, sir.
Hello, Shudipa.
Hi.
Namaskar, Dr. Chaudhary.
Namaste, madam. Namaste, Dr. Nandita ji.
How are you?
How are you?
Not at all working properly. Usually we are doing the stream, we had no
Shudipa ji?
problem is there.
Shudipa ji?
Yes, বলো।
হ্যাঁ সুদীপ ভাই আমি একটু আসছি তুমি আছো যখন হ্যাঁ আমি 10 মিনিটে আসছি 10 মিনিটে জয়েন করছি
আচ্ছা এসো চট করে চলে এসো
Shudipa, I am using Zoom for our conference. It is the simplest.
Oh yes, Zoom is okay.
That resolves the problem.
Yeah, actually we don't have any paid channel for, only thing we can do it in the Google Meet, but if we do in the Google Meet we cannot direct live telecast, we cannot do it. So
But Zoom is not expensive. For 3 days of the conference, they are charging us only 3,500.
Okay, so very nice. So for that reason, next time we will do by the Zoom.
Because morning I hardly got
Okay, Dr. K.S.
presentation.
Yeah, Dr. K.S. is going outside.
I couldn't hear Ratan.
10 minutes. Yeah. Within 10 minutes, the K.S. will come.
I gathered is that we won't be able to make it full screen, but with the other one we have to run.
Okay.
Right?
Otherwise, Dr. K.S., I have sent my PPT to you.
Yeah.
I know you sent it.
Yes, Kaushik yesterday.
Dr. Chaudhary, please run it again.
Hello.
Kaushik, Dr. Chaudhary has sent you.
Dr. Chaudhary, please run it again.
I have to run it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Just try again.
Yeah. Share screen. Share screen. Yeah. Then I go. Can I go to window?
Wait. Yeah. Go to window.
There is entire screen, window, and Chrome tab.
Choose that.
So we could see the
We see.
Choose the window where your PowerPoint is open.
Yeah. Now I have opened the PowerPoint.
Now choose that particular window where your PowerPoint is open.
Madam, is it visible now?
No, sir.
This session is at 2 o'clock, right?
Yes, madam, we are trying. It is a new to us, but we are not successful in this. Hello?
Excuse me. Shudipa, she's not here. Rita, what has happened? When are we beginning? It's 2 minutes left. It's 2 o'clock in my watch.
Yeah, we'll start. We'll start very shortly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Our second academic session is about to start. And may I invite Dr. Nandita Krishna, Director, the CPR Institute of Indological Research, Chennai, to preside over this session. We have two speakers in this session. This session is on Vaishnava and Shaiva iconography. We have two speakers in this session, Professor Kiran Kant Chaudhary of the Sri Venkateshwara University, Uttar Pradesh, and we also have Dr. Preeta Nair, Head, Department of Archaeology, University of Kerala. So two very distinguished speakers with us today. So now I want to hand things over to Dr. Nandita Krishna. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Preeta, and thank you, Dr. Shudipa Ray Bandyopadhyay, for inviting me to chair this session as a part of this series. We have both Shiva and Vishnu in this section, and I look forward to learning about two very rare forms. We start with Professor Kiran Krant Chaudhary, who is going to speak about the Vrishabhavatara Murti, which is a very rare form of Shiva. Dr. Kiran Krant Chaudhary is the former professor of the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, Sri Venkateshwara University, Andhra Pradesh. Over to you, Dr. Chaudhary.
Namaste, madam. Well-known scholar and our chairperson, Dr. Nandita Krishna, and other members. Unfortunately, here there is no power. In Tirupati, just now it has gone. I am speaking from my iPhone. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, madam. So just I'm talking through my iPhone. The system is not working. Just now power has gone. I apologize to the organizers. I request the host to present my PPT from their side. Therefore, it will be nice. Hello. Dr. Case, can you present my PPT from your side?
Kaushik? Kaushik, are you there?
Dr. Case. Okay, madam. Here, we know pretty well that there are many samhara forms of Shiva, and well-known forms are like Gajasura Samhara Murti, Tripurantaka Murti, Kalar Murti, Cerebes Murti, and so on and so forth. But there is one rare form form which is not available and elsewhere you cannot see.
Excuse me, can you make it full screen? It's very small.
This is the form that is Vrishabhavatar Murti form, where forms belong to the 16th century. That is the vision. So here the Silpas, even Agam silent about form of Vrishabhavatar Murti aspect of Shiva. Next slide, please. Please.
I can't hear Dr. Chaudhary at all.
Dr. Chaudhary is not audible.
Hello.
Yeah, now.
Yeah. I mean, before this one, earlier one.
Dr. Chaudhary,
Dr. K.
is it okay?
Yes.
Is it okay?
So, this is an extreme sculpture of Nandi that is carved on one of the pillars in the Kalyan Mandapa of the temple.
Dr. Chaudhary, we cannot hear you.
So here, in this temple, example, in Nandi,
Rita, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Kirankan Chaudhary's network is severely disturbed.
Yeah.
I can't
Can we
hear
go?
him at all.
Nothing is audible from him. Madam Chair, can we proceed with another lecture?
I have no problem. Is that okay, Dr. Shudipa? Dr. Preeta Bhattacharya, shall we go ahead with the next lecture? I think the hosts have to tell us.
It's absolutely fine. We can proceed with the next lecture, I think.
Okay, so thank you. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to hear Professor Kiran Karant Chaudhary, but I hope that the problem will be solved and we can come back to his lecture. Now, the second lecture in the session is by Dr. Preeta Nair from the graduate in archaeology from MS University of Baroda. She received a PhD from the same university where she specialized in Vaishnava iconography. She has completed a comprehensive study on Ramayana theme in the sculptural art of Kerala. The current area of interest besides Indian iconography is the beads of the early historic period. Now she's going to speak about an iconographic narration of Vishnu and his avatars in the temples of Kerala. Dr. Preeta Nair, nice to see you again. And today I will welcome you. I look forward to your lecture. Thank you. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
madam. And very good afternoon to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to thank the Department of History and Culture, University of Calcutta. With the permission of the chair, Dr. Nandita Krishna, I proceed to my presentation. Let me give 1 minute to share my presentation. So I am going to talk on an iconographic narration of Vishnu and his avatars in temples of Kerala. The antiquity of Vaishnavism can be traced back to the Vedic period. Vishnu was not a supreme god in the Vedic period, but the personification of activity of sun. Vishnu had several changes during the course of his development, from a mere solar deity to a supreme power. By epic Puranic period, Vaishnavism became popular among the masses, spreading far. It was accompanied by growth of devotional literature, iconography, and institutionalization of temple worship. Now we will come to the Vaishnavism in Tamilagam. The ancient Tamilagam, which covers today's Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Pondicherry, Lakshadweep, southern part of Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. The Sangam literature, which was prevailed in the Tamilagam, which was produced in the first 5 centuries of the Christian era, contains several references to various divinities affiliated to Vaishnavism. Mayon was one of the most popular gods of the Sangam age. The dark blue complexioned pastoral god Mayon was identified as Krishna. The seed of Vaishnavism in Tamilagam was sown by the Alvars. They gave prominence to the emotional side of Vaishnavism. The Alvars composed hymns in poetic Tamil, and their songs were influenced by the stories of gods of the epics and Puranas. Tirumankai Alvar, Kulashekara Alvar, and Nammalvar sang eulogies on the Vishnu temples of Kerala. Vaishnavism spread in Kerala during 8th and 9th century CE. Simultaneously, the structural temples also started appearing in Kerala around 8th century CE. But the sculptures became popular as part of Kerala temples around 10th century CE. We can see some stray evidences of the sculptures in the previous period. The revivalism of Bhakti movement that took place during the 16th, 17th centuries provided an impetus to temple building activities in Kerala. And this is in this period, 16th, 17th, and 18th, we get most of the sculptures. The Puranic Vaishnava legends and the stories from Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavata became the main theme for cultural art. The sculptural art in Kerala evolved more or less along with the temple architecture. Temples of Kerala have evolved through 3 progressive stages with prominent changes, additions, and modifications in structure and concept. These are the 3 phases through which the temple architecture of Kerala developed. And we get most of the sculptures in the last phase, which started from 1301 to 1800 CE. In the 3rd stage, in the major temples, we do have all these components, like Sri Kovil. These all are the Malayalam names. Sri Kovil, Namaskara Mandapam, Nalambalam, Valiyambalam, Vilakkumadam, Balikal Mandapam, Valiya Balikal, Dwajastambam, Deepastambam, Othambalam, and subsidiary shrines. This is the layout of a typical Kerala temple with all the major components. The central one is the Sri Kovil, then Mukhamandapam, and rest of the components. The one with the arrow marks, these are the areas where which we get most of the sculptures in Kerala temples. Sri Kovil first. In some temples, we get the Sri Kovil, especially the round Sri Kovils, the entire wall covered with wooden panels. These wooden panels do have the depictions of the divinities. Now, in some temples, on the walls of the Sri Kovil, there will be niches or the Deva Koshtas with the deities. Now, on the brackets of the Sri Kovil, sometimes you may see the depiction of different deities. Sometimes you may see the narrative scenes also, like the Kiradarjaniyam or the Chavataras, etc. will be seen in the brackets of the Sri Kovil. Sculptures are seen on the pillars. Sometimes that in the mandapams, mostly in the mandapam pillars. And this is an example of wooden pillar, and this is an example of the stone pillar. In both wooden and stone pillars, you may get the representations of the gods. And in some of the mandapams, like the Namaskara Mandapam, Balikal Mandapam, or even in the Kuthambalam ceilings and the brackets, you will have the sculptures like this one. This is an example of that, a ceiling. Highly decorated with the sculptures. You can see some of the bracket figures here and here also. And there may be the panels which may show the Bhagavata and Ramayana scenes here. See, it will be like this. On the beams, you can see that Anandashayi Vishnu here, the depiction of that. And these are the Bhagavata scenes. So this is how that we get the sculptures in the temples of Kerala. And this is another example how in the brackets the sculptures are depicted. Some balikals, Valiya balikals also do have the representation of the deities in relief forms. And these are the sopanams, example of the sopanam which leads to the steps leading to the Sri Kovil. At the sides of the sopanam also, you may see the sculptures. Now coming to the iconography or the icons of Vishnu which are seen in Kerala. And we can identify different forms of Vishnu or the kinds of Vishnu icons. We can classify it in this way, like the Sthanaka Vishnu, the standing Vishnu, Asana, sitting, Shayana, the reclining form. Vishnu is also seen with his consort Lakshmi, Lakshmi Narayana, when he is shown embracing his consort Lakshmi. Lakshmi Sahita Narayana, Vishnu shown along with Lakshmi but without embracing her. Then Vishnu is also seen with Lakshmi and Bhudevi. Then, of course, the Dashavataras of Vishnu. Now let us see one by one, starting with the Vishnu icon in Sthanaka form. And these are some of the examples of Sthanaka Vishnu sculptures seen in Kerala. This can be one of the earliest representation. It belongs to 10th century. It is housed in a museum. In most of the Vishnu sculptures, Sthanaka Vishnu sculptures of Kerala, we get Vishnu with 4 hands, carrying Shankha, Chakra, Gada, and Padma. And there are a few sculptures which shows him with Katyavalambita Hasta and Abhaya or Varada Mudra in the lower two hands. So these are the examples in like with Shankha, Chakra, Gada and Padma. The previous one are these all are the stone sculptures which are seen here. And now all these sculptures are housed in the museums. Now these are the wooden sculptures of Vishnu, Sthanaka Vishnu, which are seen as brackets or on the Sri Kovil wall, all the pillar or on the pillars. Here too, in the wood too, you get Sthanaka Vishnu with the Shankha, Chakra, Gada and Padma most commonly. But the decorations and the style will be different from that of the stone sculptures. Here in the stones, in the wooden sculptures, you may get some indigenous characters or the decorations for the sculptures. But in the stone sculptures, you may get some influence from that of the Tamil Nadu region. Now, the second form of Vishnu, the Asana Vishnu or the Vishnu in seated posture. This is the most popular one or the common one rather. He's seated in Savya Lalitasana with the typical attributes Shankha, Chakra, Gada and Padma in the hands. Sometimes he is also seen sitting on the coil of the Ananda, the Adimurti form. So this is an example of that which is seen in Suchindran temple. I have included the sculptures of the Suchindran temple also because it was a part of erstwhile Travancore. Now, Vishnu seated in Padmasana, the Yogasana Vishnu. This is another form seen of the Asana Vishnu. The lower two hands in Dhyana Mudra and the upper two carry Shankha and Chakra. This again seated in Padmasana or rather Vajrasana, but he holds, not in Dhyana Mudra in the lower two hands, but the typical Shankha, Chakra and Gada and Padma. You see a small or a slender Gada here below the hand. Adimurti, again sitting in Padmasana, but on the coil, sitting on the coil of Ananda. Vishnu is also seen seated on Garuda. These are the examples of Vishnu seated on Garuda. The Garuda, the standing posture, he is shown in standing posture, carrying Vishnu. Just to see that the size of these two figures, Garuda is presented as a huge size compared to Vishnu, because that he is so powerful and he is about to fly. You can see that the position of the wings. This is another depiction, Vishnu on Garuda. Here Vishnu is presented with four hands with the typical attributes and an Abhaya Mudra in one of the hands. But here is multi-handed Vishnu with some war weapons in the hands, just as if he is going for an encounter. Now, the Shayana Vishnu sculptures. These are some of the examples of stone Shayana Vishnu sculpture. He is shown reclining on the coil of Ananda. You can see the consort sitting there, just pressing the hand of Vishnu. Usually in Shayana Vishnu sculptures of Kerala, you get Vishnu with two hands. And in most of the cases, he won't be holding any attributes, just like outstretched hands, one beyond the head and the other one parallel to the thigh. But in this case, you can see he's holding the celestial flower, Sandana Manjari, in one of his hands. And some devotees are there. This is another way of representation. On the other side, that laying is to the other side on the coil of the Ananda. Here, the consorts are shown below. And just to see that the attributes are depicted on the upper tier of this panel. The Brahma also is shown. Here, Chakra, sword is there. Shankha is somewhere here. You can see that a portion of that here. Then Khadga and Khedaka also is there. So his attributes are sometimes seen on the upper part of the representative or the panel. These are the examples of the wooden sculptures which shows the Shayana Vishnu. And the unique factor or the peculiarity of these Shayana Vishnu sculptures in wood are that just to see below the outstretched hand, you can see the depiction of Shivalinga as if he is offering flowers to the Shivalinga. And here, the attributes are seen here in their original form, like in their actual form, as Shankha, Chakra, Gada, and Padma. And here too, you can see that Shivalinga. outstretched hand with a flower as if offering the flower to the Shivalinga. Here the coil of the Ananda is depicted differently. Here it is parallel to the body of the Vishnu, but it is perpendicular to the body of Vishnu. Some other examples of Shayana Vishnu in wood. Here also on the upper part of the panel, you can see the depiction of the Ayudhas of Vishnu, but he is shown with two hands, one outstretched, the other one maybe holding a Sandana Manjari. Just to see here again, in, typical to the wooden Shayana Vishnu sculptures, a small Shivalinga is shown and he is offering the flower. Devotees are seen on both sides. Here you can see the attributes in the in anthropomorphic form, the Ayudha Purushas, as if Ayudha Purushas, with their respective emblems on their head. You can see the Shankha Purusha, that the lady with Padma, Gada Devi, Padma Purusha, Gada Devi. Just one second. This is Changa, this is Chakra, this is Gada, and this is Padma. And Shara and Sharanga are held together on the head of this Ayudha Purusha. In Shayana Vishnu sculptures, you can see variation in the depiction of the Ananda, coil of Ananda also. Sometimes he may be depicted with 3-headed hood or 5-headed hood, or sometimes even 10-headed hood. And here you can see the 4-headed hood of Ananda. The difference of this sculpture with that of the previous ones are he is presented with 4 hands. In the previous ones, he is seen with 2 hands. 4 hand, one supporting the head, the other one just as in the other one, other sculptures outstretched. This one kept parallel to the thigh. Just to see the presentation of the leg, unlike the other ones, which in which that you see both the legs straight, but here it is flexed. We can see the devotees in here. 2 Ayudha Purushas are shown, the Shankha and Chakra, with their respective emblems.
Can you put it on slideshow? Then we can see the whole thing. We can't see the details.
Ma'am, the problem is that in the trial, I was trying that, but then the slide is not moving.
Oh, okay.
So I was forced to show this in this mode.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
So I'm carrying on. Now coming to the Vishnu, the next category, Vishnu with the consort. In the first one, you see that Lakshmi, rather Vishnu with Lakshmi, like it's like the Panigrahana of Vishnu. Vishnu is shown with the consort, but not in embrace, Lakshmi Sahita Narayana. But here, both the couple are sitting, and the Vishnu is, embracing Lakshmi, Lakshmi Narayana. This is another example of Lakshmi Narayana. You can see the hand embracing, or that around the hip of Lakshmi. But here he is, the couple is seated on the Pitha, but here on Ananda. Lakshmi Narayana on Ananda. Vishnu and consort are sometimes seen riding Garuda. So this is an example of that. Vishnu and Lakshmi. Garuda is seated in Padmasana with the wings as if he is about to fly. But the leg posture, the posture is not as if in the mode of flying, but comfortably sitting. You can see that Vishnu and Lakshmi seated comfortably on the shoulder of Garuda. Here, Garuda is carrying 2 consorts, Lakshmi Devi and Bhudevi of Vishnu. So Vishnu with 2 consorts. So that is not that common, rarely seen, but Vishnu is seen with Lakshmi, that is common. And there is another peculiar kind of representation, Vishnu carrying Lakshmi. It's not like that Vishnu is shown with the Srivatsa symbol on the chest, but here Lakshmi is shown in the form of a female, a miniature female, and she is seated on the hands of Vishnu, 4-handed Vishnu, and she is there sitting in the hands of the Vishnu, Lakshmi Thara Narayana. The Padmanabhapuram Swami temple also to have the depiction of that. The photography is not permitted there. So you can see the sketch of the Lakshmi Thara Narayana with Lakshmi in the hands of Vishnu. Now coming to the major category, or the form, the 10 avataras of Vishnu. And I will be concentrating only that common avatars, 10 avatars of Vishnu. I am not dealing in this presentation the minor avatars of Vishnu, but the major 10 avatars of Vishnu, how they are represented in Kerala sculptures. And all of you know that what are the 10 avatars: Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Sri Rama, Balarama, Sri Krishna, and Kalki. In Kerala sculptures, they are seen in panels like this one vertical panel, or in horizontal panel, or in the brackets as individual or the solo sculptures. Now let us see one by one different 10 avatars. Starting with Matsya Avatara, the first avatara of Vishnu, first of the 10 avatars. In Kerala sculptures, Matsyavatara is seen in two forms, zoomorphic form and zoanthropomorphic form. This is an example of the zoomorphic form, fish in the fish form, but the divinity is indicated by the presence of the lotus flower. The fish is shown on the lotus flower, and here too, and you can see the Naga hood also above that. This all indicates that this is the incarnation of Vishnu. I mean, it's one of the avatars of Vishnu. Usually they are seen, like this Matsya in zoomorphic form is seen in the brackets where 10 avatars are shown in sequence. Now this is the zoanthropomorphic representation of Matsya Avatara, with the lower part as that of the fish and upper part that of the human being. In this zoanthropomorphic form of Matsya Avatara, Vishnu is shown with 4 hands, the upper 2 carrying Shankha and Chakra, and the lower 2 invariably in Abhaya and Varada posture. And this is another example, and the variations or the difference you can see in the depiction of the fish portion. And it's differently depicted. The style of the fish is different in different sculptures. From these 4 examples itself, you can make out that how the fish part is differently depicted. See here, this is a very peculiar kind of depiction. Instead of the fish, it's like a fish garment. You can see the legs here, but the garment is just like a fish. You can see the eyes also. I'm not sure that in that small screen whether it is visible or not, but 2 eyes are there, and it's just like a fish garment. Now coming to the second avatara, Kurma. Like this Matsya Avatara, Kurma Avatara is also seen in zoomorphic form and zoanthropomorphic form. This is the example of zoomorphic form. Again, the Kurma is seated on the lotus flower. In this case, below the Chatra, Daga Chatra. Zoanthropomorphic form of Kurma Avatara. Lower portion is that of tortoise, and the upper portion, human being. Abhaya and Varada in the lower 2 hands, Chakra and Shankha in the upper hands. And here too, the presentation, the distinction is seen in the way of presentation of the Kurma. Just to see here that the fleshy part is facing the spectator in this sculpture. These 2 are the stone sculptures, and the much variations are seen in wooden sculptures. In this case, instead of the Abhaya Varada, you can see Padma and Gada in the lower 2 hands. Kurma, like the previous Matsya Avatara, I showed that the Kurma, the shell is just like a garment. You can see the feet of the anthropomorphic form here. This is just like a garment he is wearing, that tortoise portion, shell. And Kurma is also seen in the Palari Mathanam sculptures as supporting the Manthara mountain. I have just given 2 examples here and how Kurma is depicted in Palari Mathana scenes. Now going to the third avatara, Varaha 2, shown in zoomorphic form. And these are the examples, the 2 examples. And this zoomorphic form of Varaha is seen only in wood. And here he is shown standing below the peepal tree, but here below the lotus flower, attributing or indicating the divinity. This is the Bhuvaraha, Varaha lifting Bhudevi, but that it's not very properly carved out, very crude one. This is from Vadakanatha temple. It is seen on the Sri Kovil niches. Varaha in zoanthropomorphic form, a stone sculpture, and these 2 are from the wood. And in this zoanthropomorphic form, the upper part is that of the boar and the lower part human being. In stone, you see Gada, Shankha, Chakra, Abhaya and Varada, but in wood, you can also see Gada and Padma in the lower two hands. Varaha in seated posture, he can be seen sitting alone or along with Lakshmi, or rather Bhuvaraha, sorry. It can be identified as the Bhudevi, Bhuvaraha. Or Lakshmi Varaha also. Not from that what is in the hands, we cannot make out correctly what it could be. It could be Lakshmi also, because there are some temples dedicated to Lakshmi Varaha. So this could be Lakshmi also. Now coming to the fourth Avatara, the Narasimha Avatara, he is very popularly represented in Kerala sculptures. The Sthanaka Narasimha or the Kevala Narasimha in standing posture, here too with the Shankha, Chakra, Gada and Padma with ferocious lion face and human body. These are some of the examples of seated Narasimha in yogic posture, Utkudigasana posture. Sometimes you may see a Yogapatta with around the knees of the Narasimha who is seated in Utkudigasana. Just to see here, there are some distinction you can or variations you can see in the representation of the Leonan face. Here you can see it has got some tribal kind of features, and here Narasimha is seated in Padmasana, not in Utkudigasana. In all the other ones, you can see he seated in Utkudigasana. Narasimha in Utkudigasana, seated on the coil of Ananda. You can see Brahma and Shiva on both sides. This is the combat scene between Narasimha and Hiranyakashipu. These kind of scenes are not that common, but they are seen in some temples. The Sthauna Narasimha killing the Hiranyakashipu. You see Narasimha with 4 hands, 6 hands, 8 hands, and more than more than 8 hands. This is that very common way of presentation. If he is shown with 6 hands, upper 2 carrying Shankha and Chakra, and with the 2 he will be tearing open the entrail or the belly of the Hiranyakashipu and taking out the entrails. So that with 1 pair of hands tearing open, and he's taking out the entrails with the other pair of hands, and the upper 2 Shankha and Chakra. Here too you can see that the same kind of presentation, but he is shown with 8 hands. With lower 2 hands, he is holding properly the demon, holding the leg and the head portion of the demon. These are some other kinds of that variations seen in the depiction of Narasimha. In almost all cases, you will see the face of Narasimha in a very ferocious form with the outstretched tongue and all. In this case, you can see fire issuing from the forehead of Narasimha, showing or indicating his anger. Now coming to the 5th Avatara, the Vamana, we get the Vamana sculptures and also the Trivikrama, the Virada form assumed by Vamana. Sometimes it may be, the Vamana may be shown in the narrative panels. Here is an example, the King Bali offering, fixing the deal of the 3 pieces of land to Vamana. Vamana is shown here. Mahabali is shown with a Kamandalu. This is the Virada form of Trivikrama form of Vishnu, Brahma washing the uplifted leg of Trivikrama, and he is shown with multiple hands. Here in the below portion, you can see Bali offering, fixing the deal with Vamana. So this panel and their story is shown. These are the solo sculptures of Vamana, single sculptures of Vamana. He is usually shown as a boy, short and like a Brahmin or a mendicant, holding Chatra and Danda. Here Chatra is there. This is a stone sculpture, and he is shown seated in this sculpture, but these 2 in standing posture with Chatra and Danda in the hands. He wears a kaupina, indicating that he is a Brahmin brahmachari, and a kind of ornament and Yajnopavita. These are that Virata form or the Trivikrama form, just with the two hands, one just counting the paces of land he already measured, and the other one holding a gada. Trivikrama with multiple hands. You can see some of the war weapons also in the hands of Trivikrama. Another depiction of Trivikrama in wood. Now coming to the sixth avatara, Parashurama, the avatar of Parashurama. Interestingly, the Parashurama, the story of Parashurama is very much related to the birth of or the creation of Kerala. But in sculptures, the Parashurama sculptures are not that common in Kerala temples. They are seen, or the Parashurama sculptures are seen just as part of the Dashavatara in bracket figures or the Dashavatara panels. And here, see how that Parashurama is depicted in Kerala sculptures as a yogi with beard and the jada makuta or the tied up jada, and with his typical attribute, the parashu. Parashu is differently depicted in sculptures. The blade of the parashu is differently, or the variation or the stylistic difference you can see in the depiction of the parashu. And he is shown with the jada and all. Beard and jada is invariably seen in the depiction of Parashurama. Coming to the seventh avatara, Rama, very popular, but the style is in the number of hands and the attributes, not much variations are seen. He is in most of the sculptures, or that very commonly shown with two hands, carrying Shara and Sharanga. So this is the typical kind of representation of Rama. But in Kerala temples, you in Namaskara Mandapams or in Balikal Mandapam or in Kutambalams, you may see the representation of Ramayana panels. So in that panels, Rama will be Rama as the main hero. He will be shown in the multiple representation of him in various forms can be seen. But apart from that, that he will be shown as singles or the individual sculptures in this way. Sometimes he is shown with Sita in the brackets like this one, or with Hanuman like this one. Now coming to the eighth avatara, the Balarama, he is shown with his typical attribute, the Hala and Pushala. Hala in the stone sculpture, and here the Hala is presented as a very small weapon or that attribute or an instrument. Just to see very small one, the handle is very small. And this is moisturized just like a stick in the hand of Balarama in this case, but here it is very, very sturdy and very thick one. In this seated posture, Hala in one hand, the other one is on the thigh. Now coming to the ninth avatara, and the most popular and most worshipped avatara of Vishnu. And a large number of sculptural representation in different forms of Krishna or in different anecdotes of Krishna are seen in the temple sculptures of Kerala. He is seen as a Bhattapatrashayi, in this one, or Muralidhara, sometimes with the cows, Venu Gopala, Parthasarathi with the Panchajanya and the Chakra, and sometimes he is shown with the consorts and then the Krishna Leela. A series of anecdotes that narrates the divine and heroic activities of Krishna, especially the child Krishna, is known as the Krishna Leela, and we get a large number of sculptures or the panels related to the Krishna Leela anecdotes of Krishna. These are some of the examples, like stealing butter, showing Yashoda the three worlds in the mouth, subduing Kaliya, killing the demoness Putana, Bakasura, Dhenukasura, and others, uplifting Govardhana, stealing the clothes of gopis, Kubjodhara, Kuvale Pithavatha, and Kamsavatha. These are some of the most popular depiction of the Krishna Leela seen in the Kerala sculptures. I will just show some examples. This is Krishna with butter. You can see in different postures he is in. Sometimes with butter he is dancing, crawling, sitting, standing, etc. And very dramatic kind of presentation, Krishna stealing butter from the Uri, and he is standing on the coconut scraper. one cat is eagerly waiting for the butter from the hands of Krishna. See, here also different stages of the stealing is presented. He is climbing over the, standing upon the back of another Gopa, and he is reaching the Uri, taking out the butter and giving to the cat, and a gopi with wondering that what this person, the boy is doing. Here you can see a mortar. Actually, that it has connection with the another episode also that is shown here, and this indicates that he was standing on the mortar to reach the Uri, but it fell down. You can see the Gopa here. Here, Krishna is showing 3 worlds in his mouth to the Yashoda. Yashoda was about to punish Krishna when the gopis complained about stealing the butter. Yashoda asked him to show the mouth to see that whether he's actually stealing the butter or eating the butter or not. Then he opened his mouth, and Yashoda saw all the 3 worlds, and she told him to stop. So that is shown here, just to see that opened mouth of Krishna. Now, the other part of the same story is that Krishna stealing butter, and the Yashoda punished him by tying him to a mortar. So that is shown here, and the tying him to the mortar, and he is crawling, and he is with that mortar. He is going to the backyard, and he dragged the mortar and went between the 2 trees, the Yamalarjuna trees. Actually, there were the 2 Gandharvas who got the curse. And you can see that indicating that 2 faces on these trees. And here also the 2 faces here. So that by uprooting these 2 trees, by dragging the mortar, he gave moksha to this Yamalarjunas. So that story is shown here. And the most very popular one, the Putanavata, the Kamsa sent different demons and demoness to kill Krishna, but he was successful in turn killing these demons and demonesses. This is the most popular one, the Putana, killing of Putana by sucking the breast of Putana. See that how differently Putanavata is depicted. And by the force of the sucking, you can see that all the energy and everything has gone out of the body of the Putana, and she became a skeletal form. The different kinds of depiction of Putanavata. She, initially she was in the form of a beautiful lady, and when she approached Krishna, but later when he started sucking the life out of Putana, she regained or got her original form like this one. So these are the different kinds of presentation of Putanavata. Bhagasuravadha, the Kamsa sent a demon in the form of Bhaga, or the crane. So by splitting open the beak, Krishna killed him. So that is shown here. And this is a very peculiar kind of representation. The Bhagasura taking Krishna in his beak. But as per the story mythology, the Krishna was too hot, so she has to, the Bhagasura, he has to leave Krishna out of the beak. So that is shown here. This is the last part of the Krishna, like that he already killed, and he is dancing with that, the dead, Bhaga. As per the mythology, he was a very small boy or an infant. He was an infant while he was killing the Bhagasura. But here you can see that he is a grown-up person. This is
Dr. Preeta, I think we have to.
Okay. Fine. That I will rush. So this is an example of Shakatapanga. This is again Shakatapanga. And these are some other like Arishtasuravatha, Keshivatha, and Trinavartavatha. Kaliyamardana sculptures in different ways. And this again Kaliyamardana. This Krishna, in the initial stage, he was entwined by the coil of Krishna. So this is Gopika Vastrapaharana sculptures. Another example, Gopika Vastrapaharana. Krishna lifting the Govardhana mountain. And here too, Krishna lifting the Govardhana mountain. Krishna straightening the body of Kubja. Krishna killing the elephant Kuvalayapitha. Krishna killing the Kamsa. So these are some of the popular avatars of Vishnu. The Kalki, the 10th avatara, he is presented in the human form, riding a horse, or in the zoanthropomorphic with the horse face, and this is also a horse-faced one. And this is very unique to Kerala. He is shown in the terbitorium or in that cocoon or covered by a cloth. And when we see that graphic, the total number of the sculptures and the forms, the Vishnu and his forms is the second largest category, but the Krishna and his forms are the dominant one. And to conclude with the following observation, Vaishnava images are seen in the temples of Kerala, irrespective of the sect of worshipping deity consecrated in the Sanctum Sanctorum. Images are seen in stone and wood, and stone images are noticed from 10th century to 8th century, and wooden images from 13th to 19th. In quantity and beauty of the wooden sculptures that excels the stone sculptures. The study shows that Vaishnava sculptures in stone are found more in concentrated in southern Kerala compared to the central Kerala. So that analysis also shows that among the avataras, Krishna and Krishna Leela sculptures are found more popular and are observed commonly both in stone and wood. Kalki, the 10th avatara, presented as seated in termitarium or inside the cocoon, is a unique feature observed in Kerala. And the style of wooden sculptures appears to have evolved indigenously. An analysis of the Vaishnava images in Kerala shows that in the depiction of sculptors, sculptors did not follow any of the ancient scriptures with full fidelity. It was found that only 1/4 of the 160 varieties agreed with the description given in ancient iconographic text. Vaikhanasagama or Rupa Mandana wielded more influence, followed by Vishnu Dharmottara and Agni Purana. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Preeta. That was a very fascinating talk, because Kerala is really the land where you have so much variety in the sculptures of Vishnu and Krishna, especially Krishna. You know, even in Mattancherry Palace and so on, you go into the paintings, and you have covered very vast canvas, starting with Vishnu in Tamilakam, the Alvars structural temple starting in the 8th century, and the sculpture starting in the 14th century. The Sri Kovils have beautiful sculptures in them, and the icons, Sthanaka, Asana, and Shayana Murtis. I think there are more Shayana Murtis in Kerala than anywhere else, and maybe it's because of the Ananta Padmanabha, but I will ask you that question later. So you have covered a very vast canvas of Vishnu, and I don't know, Dr. Preeta, do we go on to the next lecture, or can we open it out for question answers?
You can go for the next lecture, no? Oh, which Preeta you are asking? I'm sorry.
Dr. Preeta Bhattacharya.
Okay, okay.
Sorry. I'm afraid Dr. Chaudhary has left the platform and we are not able to make contact with him. But Kaushik has his PPT. So, Kaushik, can you show it to us? He has requested his PPT to be shown. It seems we have a question for you, Dr. Preeta.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I saw it. Shall I read it out, or shall I answer? It has gone. It has gone from the screen, so I cannot make out. Actually, answer to the question from Shalini Saha. In case of the Sthanaka, Asana, and Shayana Vishnu sculptures, the sculptures are in accordance with the description given in the iconographical text. But there are some narration panels, which are on the basis of the mythological stories given in the Puranas, like the Gajendra Moksham, or in some of the Anantashayi Vishnu sculptures also, that you see the depiction of some boys or the Bhumi Devi sitting near to him. So that kind of depictions are in relation to the mythological narrations. Otherwise, the solo depiction of Vishnu in Stanaga or sitting posture or Shayana posture, that all are in accordance with the iconographical description, not based on the mythologies. In case of the mythological depictions, you will see that narrations, more characters, some stories. The second question to Saumyadeep Mitra. So far, I have not come across Buddha in the Dashavatara panel. As far as I know, the addition of a Buddha in the Dashavatara is seen in the northeastern part of India. It's not seen in Kerala.
It's seen in Tamil Nadu also. Buddha as an avatara is quite popular in Tamil Nadu. So I have one question. Why is the Shayana form so popular? Is it because of Ananta Padmanabha?
Shayana form as the deity in the Sanctum Sanctorum is seen only in, in the Padmanabha Swami temple and the Tiruvattar. But in other case, it is the Stanaga Vishnu. These Shayana sculptures are seen as on that wooden panels of the Sri Kovil, not as the worshipping deity.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, we don't have any question anymore.
I'll ask you one more. Why is the Krishna Lila so popular in Kerala? It is, I know, Gujarat and all, but why in Kerala, in particular?
Yeah, it was very popular because of the works of the Pundanam and Kururama, etc. The Bhakti movement. As a result of the Bhakti movement, there are many stories, legends written by them, and they popularized the Krishna Lila or the popular worship of Krishna. So that is reflected in the sculptures.
Oh, I see.
Result of the Bhakti movement.
More questions? So, Dr. Preeta Bhattacharya, are we going to see the PowerPoint of Dr. Kiran Chaudhary?
Yes.
I'd like to end by thanking Dr. Preeta Nair. Dr. Preeta, are you there?
Yes, I am here, ma'am.
Thank you very much. That was a fascinating lecture, and having done my PhD on Vishnu Narayana, I really enjoyed it and learned so much, because I've not gone into Vishnu in Kerala, so this was really a very fascinating lecture.
Yeah,
Thank
madam.
you.
For my PhD thesis, I referred your book.
Oh, I'm honored. I think now we are going to see the PowerPoint of Professor Kiran Kant Chaudhary's talk. Unfortunately, he has had a tragedy in his family, among his family or friends, so he has to leave and catch the flight to Chennai. So, some slides he's left us. Vrishabha This is Vrishabha as an avatara of Shiva. Lepakshi is very close to Bangalore. I'm giving a commentary since there's no Dr. Chaudhary. Lepakshi is very close to Bangalore, and it has beautiful Vijayanagar paintings. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all, ma'am.
So then I'd like to thank the University of Calcutta and especially Dr. Shudipa Rebala. Okay. There is an Anantashayana sculpture lying under the open sky, the jungle of Bandhavgarh in Madhya Pradesh. There's also Gomati, there's also a sculpture of Anantashayana in Nepal, which is very beautiful. It's lying on snakes, and you can see the coils of the snakes. It's about 10 feet long. So I'd like to end by thanking Dr. Shudipa Ray, Dr. Preeta Bhattacharya for all the excellent arrangements and for the lovely lecture that I enjoyed. I'm sorry Dr. Chaudhary couldn't stay with us through the afternoon. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandita Krishna. Thank you so much for so graciously agreeing to chair this session. And thank you for your invaluable comments. Dr. Prita Nair, thank you very much for your very gripping narrative with beautiful visuals. Thank you so much. This was a very absorbing session. So with this, we wind up this session and we'll take a break of maybe 10 minutes and we'll reassemble for the third academic session in 10 minutes.
Okay. Can you see me now? And am I audible? Yes? Preeta Bhattacharya. Can you see me and am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. And Deepa told me to get started, but should I get started or should I wait?
We don't know, madam. She said after 10 minutes only they are going to start.
Yeah,
actually,
but she called me up and she said, "Get start now." But
she asked me to also to join.
Okay,
They will start after 10 minutes, I think.
Okay, okay. We'll wait for somebody official to appear.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Neither of
Ramotita Das should be there. Paromita Das is the first speaker of this session.
We'll start in 5 minutes. Professor Paramita Dash will be joining us in, I think, 5 minutes.
Be the first one, right? Okay. Dr. Balaji, have you tried your PowerPoint in this StreamYard format? If not, it is worth trying it out first.
Absolutely, Dr. Balaji, you can try your PowerPoint now.
While we wait for Dr. Paramita Das, you can just try it out because we are not all familiar with this particular app. I think only the host can unmute. What I don't know.
No, Dr. Balaji himself unmuted himself.
Okay.
Probably he's not there.
Dr. Balaji, are you there?
No, Dr. Balaji is not here.
I just talked to him a couple of minutes ago, but he might.
Yeah. Now he is. Dr. Balaji, please unmute yourself. Yeah. Dr. Balaji, you can try your PPT.
Shall I start? Okay, so I will share.
You just share your PPT. It's going all right or not? Check it out.
You can test it. You can test it first.
Is it coming?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay, then it's okay.
Yeah, then we'll wait for Dr. Paramita Das.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I'm there, Sunita.
Yes, you have. The Paramita is going to within 5 minutes.
So can we start with Dr. Balaji?
You can start with Balaji.
Okay.
But please let Preeta and Kaushik I think
They're there. I was just talking to them. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Then
What should I should go ahead.
You can start with Balaji.
Okay.
If Balaji is ready.
Okay. Yeah, he's ready.
Can you ask Preeta Bhattacharya once again?
Sure. Preeta Bhattacharya.
Yes, Dr. Kanikar.
I just talked to Dr.
Preeta, Please, camera on. Switch on your camera, Prita. Yeah.
Yes, I just talked to Dr. Sudeepa and she said we could get started with Dr. Balaji since Dr. Das is okay. And I'll just briefly introduce Dr. Balaji. He's an assistant professor at the CPR Institute of Indological Research, and his PhD is from University of Madras. And his PhD project was on the Narasimha incarnation of Vishnu, art, icon, and literature. And what is very interesting is he has also worked on ethno-archaeological studies, and he has worked with the arts and crafts, about the arts and crafts in the Nilgiri tribes, which is very interesting, a very unusual complement to the regular things that we study. And he is also trained to conserve and to preserve, both through the Madras Museum as well as the Saraswati Art Institute. So I request Dr. Balaji to please present his paper.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for those kind words. I share my presentation. Okay. Can you hear, madam?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening to the respected chairperson and scholars and students. My topic is on syncretized minor deities in major Indian religions. Under this topic, we are going to see how the different icons are integrated into religions of different kinds in India, the name of syncretism. Along with the development of various religions in India, syncretism also developed side by side, which paved the way for the path for iconic syncretism. The images belong to various religions, induced complex ideas among its followers. This occurred due to jealous and rivalry caused due to sectarian's ill-feelingness. The common folk who worship gods and goddesses created by them with their ethnological practices remain separate in a point of time to bring them into the mainstream of Brahminical Hinduism and other major religions. Syncretism ensued. Four gods and goddesses were amalgamated into the syncretized, systematized religious groups in the name of tolerance. Syncretism of icons occurred among different sects in a religion as well as between different religions. Sometimes it helped to balance the religious tolerance, but on the other hand, paved way for rivalry. Harihara is an example of tolerance, and Sarveshwara is an icon of rivalry. In this paper, we are going to see a few examples of iconic panels, icons which served as an object of worshipping various major and minor gods of different sects. We also discuss how various minor gods and goddesses were synthesized into Buddhist and Jain pantheons. There is some alien influence also occurred and being the cause of syncretism. That is another important contributory factor to the growth of cult Semitism was the mental attitude of the early foreign immigrants into India, the Sakas, the Pahlavas, the Kushans, and the Huns. They were presumably less cultured than the Indians and were very prone to influenced by the later, especially in matters of religion. But from the beginning, they showed a proneness to pay equal homage to gods and goddesses of more than one creed. This eclectic tendency among them is very interestingly illustrated by the extant coins of these early alien rulers of India. Kanishka and Huvishka introduced the somewhat novel features of the extremely varied reverse devices on the coins. The device this the being recruited for such widely divergent religious pantheon as Zoroastrian, Brahminical, Hindu, Buddhist, and rarely Greek. But it can be paved with the help of some of the little known coins of Huvishka that he paid his homage to more than one deity. It is in one of the coins of his very king that this very king that the first attempt at cult syncretism may be clearly recognized, and the device may be the earliest representation of cult god Harihara. These are some of the coins
Dr.
of.
Balaji,
Hello,
your
yeah.
your PowerPoint slides are not moving. Are you waiting to start?
Yeah, I started and moving my slides. Are you not able to see now?
Now you can. Now I can see. Yes.
Oh, that.
And we see. Yeah. But we
Okay.
did not see the
Okay,
previous.
now you're seeing. No, I keep in this mode itself. And
Thank you.
here you can see some of the early coins of the Kushana period. Bhima Godficius along on the riverside, he wrote in Shiva, and also other god from Helios from Greek, and Buddha also in the coins of King Kanishka, and Huvishka also issued a coin with Shiva. This is not only because the shows the tolerance, but also to gain the uh, good willingness of the people of that particular region and their religious cult figures they have adopted and included in the coins. Now we move on to the village gods and goddesses, how they have syncretized into the greater pantheon. These folk or village gods and goddesses form an important role in the major religions of India. These deities represent the religious beliefs and customs of the different ethnic groups. In recent studies, many of the cults belong to Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain may be traced back to the prehistoric or ancient folk beliefs of the people. The major characters of the village or folk gods and goddesses is that they are fearful, bloodthirsty, bringing illness, dangers to children, and on the other hand, as a dichotomous personality, they protect people from all the evidence if they are properly worshipped. Hence, they were worshipped by the common folk with the objective of protecting them from the evils invoked by these gods and goddesses. These village or folk gods and goddesses adopted or syncretized in the major religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism under a new identity, and their imagery is standardized according to their requirement. We see an example INR. The earliest reference to INR were discovered in the hero stones of hunting chieftains from Arka, Tamil Nadu, dated back to 3rd century CE. The phrase in the inscription, which could be translated into Ayanappan, a shrine to Satan, confirms the Ayan and Satan were the names of a single deity. Ayanar is often identified with Sasta of Orthodox Hindu pantheon, although he appears as Sasta in Sanskrit scriptures. Ancient Tamil records mention him as Satan. Though Sasta is the term especially used to indicate Ayanar nowadays, there are two other deities known in the same name. Buddha is also called Sasta in Tamil tradition, and Brahma Sasta is another name for Murugan. Tamil epic Silappatikaram, probably dated to the 4th century CE, records the temples and devotees of Satan. Upper, a Saiva saint initiator of Tamil Bhakti movement, praises Shiva as the father of Satan in his Devaram. This is a sculpture and sculptures of modern and early period. First one is Chola sculpture of INR, and the second one is modern sculpture of INR in the village, in a village now. Shastra started to appear in Sanskrit sources from 7th century after Brahmanda Purana. After Brahmanda Purana, it narrates the history of Harihara Sudha, son of Hari and Hara, who was born to Shiva during his copulation with Mohini, the feminized form of Vishnu. After the churning of the milk sea, Sivagama, corpus of Southern Shaiva Siddhanta, including Purva Karana, Amsutta Veda, Suprabheda, also have many references to the iconography of Shasta. Tamil Nigandus such as Pingalandai and Sindhamani Nigandu have explicitly recorded the characteristic of Shasta. From the Chola period onwards, the popularity of Ayana became even more prominent, and so many bronze images of him are available from this period. The early iconography of Ayana shows him alone carrying a sendu, that is crooked stick in his right hand. Sometimes a waved stick, sword, or scepter can be seen in his hands. While he manifested in a squat position, a meditation band known as Yoga Patta will present around his knees and waist. Pingalande and Pingalande Nigendu and Kanda Puranam and Chola bronzes described his mount as a white elephant. Another record on Ayanar tells that he is accompanied by his two wives, popularly known as Purana and Pushkala. On the left, you are seeing the early sculpture of Ayana. He is very simple and not much attributes have been shown. He is shown seated on a pedestal in Krita Paryangasana in east posture, and on the on the right side top sculpture is belong to Chola period. Here you can see a lot of attributes and other many people have been accompanying him. That is on his right and left. You see at the bottom level is consort Purana and Pushkala, and he is holding a whip in his hand, and his address is now different. At the bottom level, you are seeing same period bronze icon that is from Metropolitan Museum of INR with his consorts. Many temples are dedicated to INR can be seen all over South India. Almost all villages of Tamil Nadu would have an INR Kovil. INR shrines are usually located at the peripheries boundaries of rural villages, and the deity is seen riding a horse with a sword or whip. The horse is another mount abundantly seen in his local temples. Some texts have mentioned the blue horse and bull as his mount as well. Consistent with this practice, terracotta horses are usually placed outside the temple as a votive offering to him. These are given up to the god as steeds for his nighttime perambulation. Folklore regards Ayanar as the guardian of the village, riding on either an elephant or horse. He carries a bow and arrow to save his devotees. After the popularity of Ayyappan cult, the tiger is also identified as the Mount of Shasta. INR images installed in villages are usually gigantic. In rural areas, INR is often represented with an escort, usually composed of gods, vassals, sometimes comprising demons. Pavadai Rayan, Karupasamy, and Madurai Veeran or his attendants. Consistent with this practice, terracotta horses, even that I have already explained. INR has both types of temples. Temples constructed in agamic styles and non-agamic open air shrines. INR in agamic temple is usually called a Shasta or Dharma Shasta. On the left, you see INR is mounted on a elephant. Is from Government Museum, Chennai, and on the right, you see a village depiction of INR on a horse holding a large sickle in his hand, and at the bottom, you see he's uh, sitting along with his counterparts like Karupan and Madurai Veeran, etc. Next, we see how another sculpture which shows the cult syncretism within a religious sect. The Narasimha form of Vishnu is represented as a seated lion on a stone plate found at Kontamadu, Andhra Pradesh, dated to the late Satavahana period around the 3rd century CE. Is the next example. The Narasimha figure is in fully theriomorphic form with the god with the addition of two hands at the level of his neck, holding the Sakra and Gada. The Srivasa appears promptly in the center of his chest and is an exclusive identification of the representation of the goddess Lakshmi, the consort of Vishnu. This is early evidence of association of the goddess with Narasimha, and here it also helps us to identify the Narasimha as an incarnation of Vishnu. He is shown seated with taut legs and his phallus is erect. It shows the symbol of fertility cult. Another such plaque is found at Bethamudiyam with this the same representation of deities with the seated Narasimha with Lakshmi is represented at Srivasa. This is the earliest Narasimha in South India belong where he stands amidst of five Vishnu heroes Krishna, Balarama, Satyaki, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, suggesting that Panchavira cult appropriated him very early, thereby paving his way for inclusion as an avatara of Vishnu. Kalpana Desai describes the Kondamedu panel as the main figure of Narasimha is flanked on the right side by two and on the left side by three figures. This panel perhaps represents Narasimha and the Panchavira worship. Though no such image has been found from North India. It is probably that this cult also existed there in or before the Gupta period. Bottom you see the image of Narasimha, that is in his zoomorphic or theriomorphic form. Only the two hands added, and it holds the sakra and gada in his hands, or a sword it may be. A stone slab found at Munnur village in Tamil Nadu, which has the earliest known image of the two-armed seated figure of Narasimha, found along with other divinities such as Brahma, the Shiva Linga, Shiva consort, Parvati, and Skanda. The stone plaque may be assigned to the early Pallava period, about the beginning of the 6th century. In some other places, like Manimangalam and Uttaramerur, also we are coming across this kind of non-sectarian characteristic relief sculptures, and particularly in Manimangalam plaque, the figure of Narasimha is shown seated on a lotus pedestal along with other deities like Shiva, Parvati, and Skanda. Iconographically, this plaque is of great importance as Lakshmi is here, symbolic form of Shiva on a high lotus pedestal by the side of the two-armed Narasimha figure. The significance of the symbolic figure of Lakshmi is that here Narasimha is visualized for the first time in the combined aspect of Lakshmi Narasimha. Here you see in the top left side, starting from Brahma and Linga and other goddesses are there. On the sixth is Narasimha seated on a Padmasana, and next to him on a elevated lotus, there you find Lakshmi in Srivasa form. Still, these kind of plaques are under worship in the village rural shrines, and at the bottom one you see still it is under worship, and you also see gods like uh, Ganesha, and the last one is Jeshta associated. Those this kind of panels, Jane Banerjee observes a very interesting stone plaque hailing from Kaveri Pakam is of oblong size, and explaining this deities found in this. But important thing what he's saying is there can be no doubt that whoever might have used it for his cult ritual is medieval time was acquitted by a spirit of liberalism in which many of the cult deities and some of their aspects along with even Brahma was simultaneously is object of worship. That is what is trying to say is all these gods and different characters were being worshipped as a group by the people, or an individual or a group of people, like that. Next, we see another example of Orthodox Hindu pantheon. Here we are getting this kind of sculptures, several sculptures. Here in this particular sculpture, there are adoption of Buddha is there in this Harihara panel in Indian Museum, Calcutta. It is there already. You see uh, Shiva and Vishnu as Harihara here, and to the left we find Surya is standing. On the right of this Harihara icon, you see Buddha is standing on a lotus pedestal as a subordinate deity. Now we move on to Buddhism. Here in Buddhism, being religion of Indian origin, Buddhism could not avoid the impact of Hinduism. As the Hindus made Buddha the ninth incarnation of Vishnu, the Buddhists annexed a large number of gods and goddesses from the Hindu pantheon and incorporated them into their own. In in the Buddhist pantheon, they naturally play a subordinate role, like attending on Buddha. A scholar observes that with the spread of Buddhism, many Hindu gods and their attributes were absorbed directly and sometimes indirectly. Vishnu, Brahma, Narayana, and others were accepted for the sake of the converts by introducing to satisfy their reverence for the Hindu gods. Although they have been accepted under the Hindu names, but they were almost invariably regarded as mere acolytes or attendants of Buddha. Sivalokeshwara and Vishnulokeshwara are the deities directly connected with Bodhisattva, Padmavati, and Avalokiteshwara. A comparative study of many of the Brahminical Hindu icons and the corresponding groups of Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhist images will enable us to throw much light on the subject. Their iconographic traits enumerate in the Buddhist texts like Sanadana Mala, etc., helps us to find their counterparts or rather prototypes in the Hindu pantheon. Is a sculpture of Sapta Satika Hayagriva, an emanation of Amitabha, equivalent to Hayagriva incarnation of Vishnu. His characters and iconographical features are make us to correlate them with the Hindu gods, and Indra is equivalent to Vajrapani, and Vishnu and Shiva, as I already told, have several similarities with Virupaksha, Nilakanta, and Patna Narteshwara, that is Nataraja. Jambala, an emanation of Aksobia, equivalent to Gubera, god of wealth, pot-bellied. The characteristic of Jambala portrays his Gubera-like features, and his associate with wealth is demonstrated by the carving of 8 jars full of coins beneath his lotus seat on which he is sitting in Ardhaparyanka pose. The 8 jars of coins indicate Ashtanidhis, which is very much associated with Kubera. The female goddesses like Gauri, Varahi, Samunda, and Saraswati were more fortunate to attain a principal role. The essential qualities of these female goddesses were observed and modified under 6 goddesses of directions, Pancharaksha goddesses, Taras of 5 colors, 8 Gauri group, 4 dance deities, 4 door protectors, 8 mothers, goddesses, etc. They were worshipped by either Mahayana or Vajrayana followers. These goddesses have much similarities with the Saptamatrikas of Hindu pantheon, and you can see their attributes and the weapons they hold are all you can easily match them with the matrikas of Hinduism, and some of them are directly associated by their names itself. Varahi, you see, having the fish howl or buffalo as a vehicle, and she holds a skull cup in her hand, and Samunda has the vehicle as corpus and red in color, forearms, front two in Anjali, and upper hands carry knife and again the skull cup. And Hariti, she is both a revered goddess and a demon, depending on the Buddhist tradition. In her positive aspect, she is regarded for the protection of children, easy delivery, and happy child rearing, while her negative aspects include the misery and unhappiness towards the children and parents, which remains as the characters of Matrikas. The inscriptional reference of the early Chalukya kings, who are described there as the descendants of Ariti and nurtured by the 7 mothers. On the left, you see Varahi is sitting, and on the right hand, you can see the fish, and on the left, top left hand, you're seeing the skull cup, and at the bottom, a child is sitting on her left lap. On the next image, you're seeing the Hariti. She is, as per the mythology of Hariti in Buddhism, she is very demon-like character, eating children, etc. And later on, she has been associated with child rearing. That's why we are seeing so many children in the panel. And in Jainism also we are getting many syncretized course of Hinduism. In Jain religion also we come across many subsidiary deities of resemblance, and some are direct copies of Brahminical Hindu deities. We are getting references of secondary Jaina deities in the text like Asara Dinakara, Uttarayadhyana Sutra, and Abhidhana Sintamani. We are getting iconographical details of the Navagragas, the Dikpalas, and the Sasana Devatas. Apart from these deities, we also find Vidya Devis presided by Saraswati, Sri Lakshmi, Ganesha, Kshetrabala, and others have iconographic features similar to those of the Brahminical counterparts. Several Yakshas and Yakshinis, who are the attendants of the 24 Tirthankaras, also reflect the qualities and iconographical features of Hindu gods and goddesses. For an example, we see Gomukha Yaksha, attendant of Rishabhanatha, might be a copy of theriomorphic form of Shiva himself because his attributes are battle axe, noose, and he himself has the bull face like Nandini. His spouse is Chakreshwari, resembles Durga, that is Parvati. Brahma Yaksha, the Upasaka of the 10th genus Sitalanada, shows that he was a Jain adoption of Brahma of the Hindu trade. He has four faces and a lotus seat and holds attributes like rosary, citrus, noose, and club in his hands. Shanmukha Yaksha, attendant of Vimalanada, can be associated with Kartikeya by the name, emblem, and other specifications. We also see Matrikas in Jainism. There are so many Yakshinis associated with the Tirthankaras. Both the Swadambara and Digambara sects adopted the Hindu deities according to their need. Particularly, many names and characteristics of Saddhamatrika can be seen syncretized into Jainism without much change in their character. Chakreshwari, she has associated with Vaishnavi due to the similarities she has with the Vaishnavi. Here you see this is uh, Jaina goddesses Chakreshwari's image. In all her hands, she is holding chakras. And by the name, this Mahakali, Shanta or Kali, and Jwala Malini, and Samunda is directly associated with Saptamatrikas. And last, we see Ambika. Ambika has four hands. Objects in her hands are mango, moose, child, and goat. In Digambara tradition, she again holds mangoes and child on her lap. Her vehicle is lion, and she resembles Durga or Parvati. On the left, you see a sculpture of Ambika from Yellora. At top of her, behind her, we see the mango tree, and she's shown seated on a lion. On the right, again, this is Ambika from Kalugumalai, Pandya tradition, and here you see she's standing before Amira tree. That is, here it is different from mango tree, but the children are holding mangoes in their hands, and lion is also there. Arika palm, that is Arika palm. Okay, so this kind of mythological stories of Ambika associated with mango is also found in Shaiva tradition, and particularly in Tamil Nadu. You see in Karaikal, on Karaikal, Ammayar is worshipped by those people in local level, and she is a saint of Shaivism, and she also has the same kind of mythological story related with mango. So with this, I like to say that this is not a conclusion. Actually, this syncretizing the deities or there, and because of that, we are getting so many iconographic icons which have different iconography, and for different tradition, it became a need, and due through the ages, they have developed this tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Thank you,
Yes,
Dr. Balaji. It was a very interesting presentation and many unusual deities because they are not very commonly known. It was very interesting and I enjoyed it.
thank
So
you.
thank you. And can we now, if Paramita Das is there, can we start with Dr. Paramita Das, Preeta Bhattacharya? Can we start with Paramita?
Yes, of course, of course.
Hi. Have you tried your presentation, Dr. Das?
No, it's ready. I will share because I have not used this platform before.
Exactly. That is why I
I'll
asked.
share it.
Anyway, let me go ahead with my introduction and then you try it. I'm sure they
Okay.
will be
Yeah.
sort of. So actually, I don't know where to start and where to end, Dr. Das. Your biodata is so varied and so large, but I'm just going to say that I'm going to cut it short because I'm very interested in the topic you're dealing with, and you're talking about Kamarupa and the varied, you've varied in your experience includes many educational institutions, including one in Morocco. I've never met anyone who has done that before. And so many interesting things you've done is because the whole of Northeast India, to be honest, is not as familiar to us. Actually, it wasn't until our friend from Guwahati mentioned in one of his lectures that he raised the question that why is it called the Northeast when it's only actually the East? Because he said that was because the Britishers called it Northeast because they were in Calcutta.
Yeah.
So to them it was Northeast. I mean, these are simple things. And
yes, it's a colonial construct. Yes.
And Pragjyotishapura and Mahabharat and Yonipit. I mean, it's just an amazing kind of a blend. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. Please. Go ahead, please. Can you share your screen?
Okay, I'll try to share. Yeah. Okay, share screen. Okay. It's like Google and everything, now. Then, I press this. How does it work? I'm not familiar with this.
Dr. Dash?
Is it fair?
Yes.
Can you see it?
We can see your
Yeah,
PPT.
it's fine.
It's fine.
Okay, it's visible, na? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the iconography of Chamunda. And actually, it was very short notice. So I could not make a detailed presentation. I had to use whatever I had. And I was out of station last 1 week. I arrived yesterday. So I will first read out a little bit about Chamunda and the Shakti cult, essentially, little bit. And then the origin of Chamunda, and then I will come to the iconography. Now, when we talk about Chamunda, we cannot start without talking about what you call Shakti, or the Devi, or the mother goddess. Now, Shakti is the essence and life of all things, the one who creates and protects the world as a benign mother. And the worship of mother goddess as a principal deity can be traced to prehistoric and historic period in India, to the remote past. Like the rest of India, the Kamarupa kingdom in the Brahmaputra Valley is no exception. The worship of Devi, or female goddesses, as a fertility cult and animistic worship was popular among the people of the region and was the origin of Shaktism and Tantricism in this area. We find the cult of mother goddess in non-anthropomorphic form at Kamaikha in Nilachal Hill and at Ugratara in Uzan Bazar, which is in Guwahati city, which are known as pithas. According to traditions, in this place, the female organs of Sati is believed to have fallen, that is in Kamaikha, which are regarded as Shakti pithas. And in Uzan Bazar, that Ugratara temple, the Nabhi Mandal is supposed to have, like Kamaikha has the Yoni Mandal and Ugratara has the Nabhi Mandal. So both of these are associated with fertility. Now the Kalika Purana, it's a Upapurana which was composed in Assam itself, and the Devi Purana, and again the Jugini Tantra and other literary texts narrates the tradition about the pithas, etc. And the Devi Purana mentions that the Devi was worshipped in different forms in Kamrup, Kamaikha, Bhota Desha, that is Bhutan, etc. The literal meaning of Kamaikha and Kamarupa, so that is the Kamaikha is actually a goddess of spirits or ghosts, and she's worshipped in the cremation grounds. According to the Jugini Tantra, Kamaikha is a Kali Smashan. And the Kalika Purana says that King Naraka of Pragjyotisha propitiated none other than Devi Kamaikha. Thus, the fertility cult and motherhood led to the development of a supreme goddess who governs the universe. She rules over the creation or Shrishti, preservation or Sthiti, and destruction or Samhriti. And there are many mythologies related to the Devi. Now, before we discuss the origins, that is iconography, we shall now discuss her origins. And Chamunda, also known as Chamundeshwari, Chamundi, Charchika, is a fearsome form of Chandi, the Hindu divine mother Durga or Shakti, and was one of the 7 matrikas or mother goddesses. She's also one of the chief yoginis. That is, there are 64 yoginis, and according to some, there are 81. These are tantric goddesses who are attendants of the warrior goddess Parvati. And the name is a combination of Chanda and Munda, 2 asuras whom Chamunda is supposed to have killed. So the story goes that Mahishamardini Durga, like before she fights Mahishasura, his lieutenants come, the other generals, his generals come to do battle. And in this battle, one was this Shumbha and Nishumbha. And below them were Chanda and Munda. So the goddess, like as Kali, when she kills Chanda and Munda and drinks their blood, she is hailed as Chamunda. And she is therefore identified with the goddesses Parvati, Kali, or Durga. Now, there are other legends also associated with the origin of the matrikas. And the matrikas are Shaktis created by... So here you find one story that is related to the killing of the demon Mahishasura by Durga or Mahishasura Mardini, and the story other battles leading up to the final death of Mahishasura. And you find that other stories of the origin of matrikas, that the matrikas were created by Shiva and other devas to find the demon Andhakasura. According to the Matsya Purana, Chamunda and other matrikas was created also to help him kill the demon Andhakasura, who has an ability like Rakta Bija to generate from his dripping blood. So Chamunda with the other matrikas drink the blood of the demon, ultimately helping Shiva to kill him. So the Uttar Charita of Devi Mahatmya in the Markandeya Purana mentions that the Shaktis of various gods along with Brahma were created from the head of the respective gods, that is the male gods, to help the Devi fight the Asura, Shumbha and Nishumbha. So there are different stories. And each of these Shaktis are female counterparts of a particular god and carries the same attributes, ornaments, and rides the same Vahana of the respective gods. So you find Brahmani, the Shakti of Brahma, Maheshwari, that of Shiva or Maheshwar, Kaumari, that of Kumar or Kartik, Vaishnavi, the Shakti of Vishnu, Varahi, Shakti of Varaha, Narasimhi, Shakti of Narasimha, and Indri or Indrani, Shakti of Indra. But you also find Chamunda, and she is the only matrika who is a Shakti of the great goddess Devi, rather than a male god. She's also the only matrika who enjoys independent worship of her own. All other matrikas are worshipped together. So here you find in this painting, it's a folio. It's a late 18th century folio actually from Devi Mahatmya. So the goddess Ambika, okay, this is the goddess Ambika on the lion, leading the 8 matrikas in battle against the demon Raktabija. So the story of Raktabija is whenever he's wounded, all the drops of his blood which fall on the ground, hundreds of Raktabija come. So the main uddesha or objective of creating the matrikas was to, that is to help fight Raktabija and kill him in this Devi Mahatma, and also to drink up his blood. So here you can see this is Chamunda or Kalika. She is sort of lapping up the blood. So the goddess Ambika leading the 8 matrikas against the demon Raktabija. So from top row, from the left, Nara Samhi is there, Vaishnavi, Komari, Maheshwari, you can find. Then Brahmani or Brahmi. Then you find Varahi, Indrani, and Chamunda. So this is Chamunda, also called Ambika. So here so these are the various Raktabijas. Because whenever the Asura's blood falls on the ground, that is, he regenerates. Hundreds and hundreds come out. So ultimately she stops. I mean, she's the leader in stopping the blood from flowing to the ground. Now, what you find is Chamunda was not only worshipped separately. We also find temples. One of the earliest is the 8th century Baital Deol in Bhubaneswar. It is dedicated to Chamunda. And then, of course, there is in Mysore the famous what you call Chamundeshwari temple. And Varaha Purana also talks about her origin and says there are 8 Shakti goddesses or matrikas. These are Yogeshwari, representing karma or desire. Maheshwari, who represents krodh or anger. Vaishnavi, who represents lobha or covetousness. Then Brahmani, mother or pride. Kaumari, moha or illusion. Indrani, Matsarya or fault finding. Yami or Chamunda. Pashunya, this is what she represents, that is tail bearing. And Varahi is Asuya or envy. The Suprabheda Agamas also narrates about the 7 matrikas created by Brahma for killing Nrita. Their iconographic details are narrated in the Agamas. And we have similar, that is, most of them matrikas are same, but here 1 or 2 you will find differently. All the matrikas are generally seated in Padmasan with 2 of the hands in Abhaya and Varada Mudra, while others 2 hands hold attributes according to the male counterparts. And the Varaha Purana actually mentions 2 separate goddesses, Chamunda and Kali, unlike the Devi Mahatmya. Now coming to the iconography of Chamunda as a matrika, from the different Puranas and other texts, we find that she has 4 arms and 3 eyes, and her hair rises upwards like a jata. And the goddess wears human skull as Yajna Upavita and is seated in Padmasana. She holds a kapala, that is a skull, shula, and in Varada Mudra. She wears a tiger skin and is seated under a fig tree. According to the Vishnu Dharmatara Purana, the goddess seated on the dead body of a human being and has terrible face with sunken eyes and open mouth with powerful tusks. So just as, Varahi has tusks, so it doesn't say teeth, it says tusks. The deity has an emaciated belly, and sometimes she is shown with more than 2, 4, 6 like that arms. And she carries mushala or pestle, kavacha, bana, ankusha, kharga, khetaka, pasha, dhanush, danda, paroshu in her hands. Her vahana is owl, and an eagle is the emblem of her banner. But you also find that sometimes she's shown accompanied by symbols of death, like the jackal and the vulture. Now, the Devi Purana in verse 97, chapter 83 mentions that the goddess Chamunda holds Kapala and Khadvanga in her hands. As per iconographic norm, she has 4 hands and 3 eyes with hair bristles upward, etc. She wears a mundabala, or that is garland of skulls, etc. Okay. So when we look at her, depiction, Vishnu Dharmatara also states the deity is seated in Padmasana on a corpse of human body, that is Preta. She has a terrific face with powerful tusks, sunken eyes, and empty belly. She is often 10-handed, and etc. etc. She carries this. So these characteristics are a contrast to the usual Hindu depiction of Brahmanical deities, that is female deities, with full breast and a beautiful face. So she symbolizes old age, death, decay, and destruction, and is often said as a form of destruction, that is Kali, because in time, Kali is the female counterpart of Kala or time. So because in time, everything is destroyed. So this is the philosophy. So representing old age and death. So she appears as a frightening old woman projecting fear and horror. Now, this is 11th century Chamunda from West Bengal. And this is in the museum in Los Angeles, which I managed to access online. So here you see skeletons dancing. But here she is not on a dead body, but she's standing on a human being. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And she's wearing a mundamala. And you can see her ribs here. And her hair is rising upwards. And you see the vestiges of a Kirti Mukha here. And this is another Chamunda, which is 11th, 12th century. It's a National Museum, Delhi. So here she doesn't look so scary. She has a, that is figure 8, sort of hourglass sort of thing. This is the Mundavala. So the Upavita is shown like this, but this is more like a Mundamala and a cross between the Upavita. So here you find these are human heads and not mangoes or anything. She's holding this also in her hand. And here is the Vahana owl. And they are the severed bodies of other. And here you find she's seated on Padmasana. And this is the, that is dead body, Prit. Now this is a Chamunda. This is made of metal, 14th century, from Nepal. And quite scary looking. So here again the Mundamala is here, you can see. So this is the jackal and other things which prey on dead bodies. And you can find that is what you call the dead body. So she's holding Trishula, the sword, etc. She's bedecked with ornaments. So this is also a 10-armed. So this is Abhay Mudra. And the Kapala skull is her drinking cup where she laps up the blood. Because when Rakta Vijay fell, so the blood spouted and she took it on this bowl and she dug it up. So if you see her, you can see that is small tusks here. The canine teeth are coming out. And this is also the hair is standing on end like fire. But this 14th century sculpture also has what you call influences of Buddhist sculptures from Southeast Asia. Now these are from Assam. These have been found in the Kamakha temple premises. Kamakha is a seat of tantric worship. We don't have a separate Chamunda temple, but we have the Dasa Mahavidya. That is the Bhairavi, Bhuvaneshwari, etc. Tara, Chinnamasta and all this on top of the Kamakha on Nilachal Hill and the famous Kamakha temple. So what you find is actually very few images have been found. And in the Assam State Museum also, we find an 8th century image from Borpathar on a stone block. The body has exposed, emaciated body has exposed ribs, sunken eyes, shrunken belly. But what you find, Ayodhas held in hand, not very distinct because it's broken. Now, when we look at this figure from thing, so this is a sort of a beaded Prabhavali is there. So both these have been recovered from the temple of Kamakha. I mean, they are there in the temple premises at present. So Ardhya Paryanka pose is seated and double petal lotus. So Jata Mukuta is there. And you find 3 human skulls and serpents are there. See, 1, 2, 3, and these are serpents. So these 2 figures are very similar. But here, this is a slightly later period, and you find the Kirti Mukha with Vidyadharas. But early sculptures, you don't find. And you can see all this ribs, etc. Ribs. And you can see this is the remnants of the Mundamala and the dead body. Here, actually, just the lotus is there. The dead body is not there. And her ornaments, etc. are also snakes. And Khatvanga she is holding. Katri in right upper hand, Kapala in lower hand, Naramundala in upper left hand, and Trishula in lower left hand. Here. Second figure is on a prostrate corpse. It has sunken belly. You can see the belly like here also, but here it is much more. And it carries similar Ayodhas, though we cannot see what was being held here. It's a bit, and this is just holding this skull cup. And this is slightly what you call bigger in size, but more or less similar. Now, another figure of Chamunda, it is in a place called Merghar in Soigaon. Now, this Merghar is very interesting, is how local legions in Bengal and Assam, that is in eastern India, they are same. The Mehrghar is supposed to have been built by Chand Sadagar of the Beula Lakhinder story and the worship of Manasa, etc. Now, so this is within the modern temple complex, and it is in Alidha pose on a lotus pedestal, as you can see. Here the lotus pedestal, and the dead body is there, and the prostrate corpse is below. She is four-handed. You can see the four-handed. Here the sword is there. Okay, and this is 90x48. So she's mukuta with hair flaring up, but like that it goes, but she's holding, and here you find that her tongue is out. So what you find here is that some of the aspects of Kali has entered here, because generally Chamunda you don't find with, if you look at this one, the mouth is gaping open, but you don't find the tongue out. But here, like in the sculptures of Kali, which we noticed during Kali Puja, her tongue is out. Her tongue is out. So the iconography has changed a bit over time. And what you find is she's wearing mukuta, etc. Nara mandala, or this skull thing. And attendants are there in Tribhanga. These attendants are there. So the attendants have nice figures and feminine beauty. And here you find she is full-breasted. She is full-breasted, unlike the sunken chest of. So the Chamunda image in Kamrup, slowly over time, it has evolved. And the Vidyadharas are still there, but this Kirti Mukha, instead of a fierce thing, it also looks quite benign and not very scary. And this attendant is holding a chamara to fan the deity. And this one is in Anjali Mudra, etc. Now, in a place called Hojai, around the 16th century, okay, this is an earlier Chamunda. This is an earlier Chamunda. I forgot it. I should have showed this earlier. So this is from Navbhanga Kali Mandir. The problem is because this deity was found there, this sculpture was found during excavations, but in a new temple, they have housed it and it is under worship. So the priest would not let us take a photograph after removing this when we had visited the place. But here actually you find the jackal and the vultures. And it is actually six-armed. So that they allowed us, but while taking a photograph, they would not let us remove all this. That was a big problem because of, they feel it is like the goddess. We cannot disrobe her. It would be insulting. So she is actually six-handed. Okay, and she's carved on black stone. It has a dreadful, fierce appearance. The body is emaciated and the bones of the chest are exposed. You can see the ribs, eyes are sunken into her sockets. Abdomen is shriveled and the mouth is open. Human heads are laced around the hairlock and the waist and also the neck. But this is all now covered with this mala and they would not allow us to remove it. And on the pedestal, on the right side is a vulture and on the left is a jackal. Now, A.K. Bhattacharya and other scholars believe that on stylistic grounds, it can be assigned to 11th, 12th century. And N.K. Bhattasali also makes mention of a similar village in his book, Iconography of Buddhist and Brahmanical Sculptures in the Dhaka Museum. Here, a similar image is said to be that of Chamunda of Rudra Charchika type. So, this is what you find. We do not find many sculptures, and this measurement could not be taken because it was high up on the wall of a 16th century temple built by the Koch rulers of Assam. And the goddess is four-handed and in Alidha posture on a prostrate corpse, as you can see. So sometimes you see the corpse face upward as if sleeping. Here it is downward. So you find Jata Mukuta, hair like this. Then the Munda Mala is similar here. Khetaka kharga, etc. is there. Then musala, the pestle, etc. And she holds the head of this asura. She's like holding him by his head. Okay, with her forehead. And she has a terrible aspect to her face. So this is more or less what you find of Chamunda. And I could not make a more detailed presentation due to lack of time. Actually, I was out of station.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das. That was a very interesting lecture. Now, with the permission of the organizers, do we have time for some questions? Rita Bhattacharya?
Yes. Yes. We can take questions.
Okay. Any questions? I have a few, but if somebody else has them, let them ask them first.
No, there is no question in chat box, ma'am.
Okay, then I will go ahead and at least ask mine.
Yeah, sure. Please switch on your camera, please, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I was interested in, you mentioned that the Chamunda.
Excuse me, ma'am. Professor Dr. Balaji and Preeta, will you please on your camera, switch on your camera? Yeah. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I was curious about, you mentioned that there is some connection to the Merghar image that you showed to Manasa.
Yeah, actually, it is just a local legend. Like in different parts of Assam, especially Western Assam, locals identify their own structures with the story of Beola and Lakhinder. So if you go to Dhubri district, which is adjacent to Bengal, there also it is said that Dhubri came from the word Dhubuni. Dhubuni means in Assamese the Dhoba's wife. That I think maybe, ma'am, you are familiar with the story of Chand Sadagar and the worship of Manasa.
I'm not. Sorry.
So it's more popular in Eastern India, actually. So like Chand Sadagar, he did not worship the goddess Manasa. And when his son Lakhinder got married, he offered worship to all the gods except the goddess Manasa, who was a daughter of Brahma. And she was the daughter of serpents. Actually, I mean, she's the snake goddess. Now, the goddess threatened to, harm his son. So he built a circular structure called the Merghar. Mer means something to surround, and ghar means a house. He built a Merghar and he placed the newlyweds, that is Beola and Lakhinder, inside. Beola was his daughter-in-law. This is a folk tale, which is very common in Eastern India and is depicted in art also. So then what happened was, so Manasa, but a snake managed to penetrate inside through a hole and bit Lakhinder, the son of Chand Sadagar. And he died. But Beola was what is called a very fierce woman with beliefs, and she prays to the goddess Manasa, and that is to deliver her husband. And Chand Sadagar builds a barge of bamboos on sort of a raft, and he puts his son there along with her wife, and they sail the river in search of a cure. So, and ultimately they come across one, the Dhobi's wife, who they see that she's busy in her work. So then she kills her child because he's troubling her. Then after she finishes her work, she again makes him alive. Because see, this is not logical, it's a story. So then they go and so this bar, that is the raft made of bamboo, etc., and banana tree trunks, because these things are used during floods in Assam, Bengal. To escape the floods, they make small rafts made of bamboo, and the bamboo poles are stuck together, pierced, and you make a raft with banana trunks. It floats. So then the barge or the raft, it comes to this and it's called Netai Dhubuni Ghat. So her name was Netai, and she knows the cure to cure snake bite, and Lakhinder is revived due to the devotion of Beula or Behula, who is a worshipper of the goddess Manasa. So after that, Chamsanagar starts worshipping the goddess Manasa, and it's a happy ending. Now, what has happened is this story, it is just basically located in Bengal, but in Western Assam also continues to the plains of Bengal. Different sites are shown where there are holes on the river, on the stone surface. People will say this is where the raft came and hit. Now, the Merghor, when we visited,
Ma'am, we can't see your camera is not. How to make sure
She
she
has,
knows?
she has
She has
network
been
problems.
disconnected. Ma'am, if you have any further questions for Dr. Balaji, you can proceed with that.
Yes, if nobody else has, then I will go ahead because I do have a couple.
Absolutely.
Nobody else wants to ask.
No, ma'am, there is no question.
Okay, because we are not really familiar in the regular texts we study about Ayyanar.
Yes.
And even Ayyappan.
Yes.
Ayyanar, I am confused. I mean, what is the difference between Ayyanar and Ayyappan? Ayyappan is one is the son of Mohini and
Yes,
Shiva.
madam. He is known as Harihara Putra, Ayyappan. That is, he is mostly worship. His temple is in Kerala. That is Ayyappan's temple is in Kerala, and Ayyappan cult is more or less same. He is also known as Sasta, is a warrior god. And here in Tamil Nadu, in rural areas, the folk deity that is Ayana, who is a protector of the village boundary and the people, is worshipped. And slowly, the popularity of Ayana merged into the Orthodox Brahminic Hinduism, and this Sasta Ayyappan, also known as Ayyappan, and Ayyanar were amalgamated into one, and a new cult was formed, and they identified with each other. But mostly people don't identify Ayyanar with Ayyappan, but Ayyappan, Ayyanar is entirely different. He's a folk god, and now they are identifying him with Ayyappan and known as Dharma Shastra, like that they are worshipping in the Agamic temples.
So Ayyanar is in some way like the Kshetrapals of Goa, that side? I mean,
not Kshetrapalaka. He's Ayyanar is an independent village deity worshipped in the villages in the periphery outskirts. That is a boundary. God protects the boundary of the village.
Okay, thank you. So, any other questions? Dr. Nandagopal, you wanted to ask anything? I see you brooding over a question. Do you have any questions? No, she's muted. I can't. So, Preeta Bhattacharya, over to you.
Yeah, very interesting papers are going on, and I was just listening and.
Very different from what we normally read. No?
Yes.
So,
the two, this eastern part, what Paramita Das has talked, and Balaji, it's two distinct regions, but so many things are coming up from there. It's so interesting to know.
And this is what
Thank you, madam. But today morning you explained about Chakreswari. It will become very easy for me to not giving much information on it.
Yes.
Just passing through how she is like that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But this is an example. We only talk or we read about how Brahmanical and the Aboriginal things merged. These are living examples of how they did it.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting.
the process of amalgamation and other things, how much it is.
Merger.
Yeah.
So thank you, Aprita Bhattacharya. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. Before that, I want to thank you as a chairperson for getting this today's talk, and also thank Calcutta University Professor Sudeepa Rai and his crew for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes. My thanks also to the whole Calcutta team, and it was an interesting and very different kind of a webinar. So please, Rita.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika. Thank you.
Dr. Excuse me, Peter. Dr. Paramita Das is willing to join, trying to join, but due to network issue, she can't join. If anybody has any questions from the viewers, can post in the comment box.
You have any
So
questions
just
for
wait for 2
Professor
minutes.
Paramita Das?
Okay.
Okay, sure. Meanwhile, there's a message from the organization committee, and the feedback form has been posted in the chat box, so you can fill them up and send it back to us.
Okay. I would have also liked to thank Dr. Sudeepa if she's there. No?
I don't think she's here.
No, it's okay. I'll convey my regards to her. So, do you officially?
So, Peter, you can sum up.
Okay, so we'll wind up this session. Thank you, Dr. Kanika. Thank you very much for making time for our webinar. And I heartily thank both the speakers. Both their papers stand out because they bring us face to face with unexplored facets of Indian iconography. We both enjoyed your.
I forgot to ask one question since Dr. Nandagopal is here. May I ask? Unfortunately, the presentation could not be viewed completely. But I just wanted to mention that just as a piece of information, Powai, IIT Powai.
Yeah.
That name of the Powai is because there is a Padmavati temple in the campus.
Oh.
And so Padmavati became Powai.
Powai,
Padmai Powai, and so that is the connection. So just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, thank you for that information. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, I visited Powai, IIT, but I was not aware that it was because of Padma. Yeah, thank you for that information.
Just
Sudipadi is here. Sudipadi is here.
Wanted to thank Sudeepa for the very nice.
All of us.
Yes. And we also learned a little more about, we are getting sort of complacent with Zoom. Today we learned about StreamYard, the hard way. But
little hard.
We had several hiccups. Early in the morning, we had several hiccups.
I know. Anyway. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we wind up this session.
Yeah. That's the last. It's over. Any other?
It's over.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's the formal vote of thanks, and then
fine.
We are wrapping it up.
Okay, fine.
Is Shatidi coming, Shudipadi?
माझा फोटो दिसतोय त्याच्यात म्हणून छान आहे तिथे.
Shakti is here as our principal coordinator, Shudipadi. Yeah,
Shati, open your camera. Yeah.
Just switched it on. So we move on to the last session.
Yeah.
And shall I then propose a vote of thanks, Shudipati?
Yes, you can start the vote of thanks. Yeah. Sure.
So on behalf of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta, it is my pleasure and my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Claudine Podse-Picron, our chairpersons, Professor Ratan Parimu, Dr. Nandita Krishna, and Dr. Kumud Kanitkar. Our speakers, Dr. Churamani Nandgopal, Dr. Swati Ray, Dr. Priya Thakur, Dr. Kiran Kant Chaudhary, Dr. Preeta Nayar, Dr. Paramita Das, Dr. G. Balaji. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for making time to be with us on this day, and also for sharing your incisive and innovative ideas with us for decoding the mysteries of the divine image. I would like to thank our ever reliable friend Kaushik Shaha for designing and giving shape to the entire program on a virtual platform. I would like to thank the university authorities, the Vice Chancellor, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Pro Vice Chancellor, and the Dean of Arts for their support. I know that eminent scholars and researchers are sitting and listening in the audience. We thank you all for being with us today and for your invaluable comments and questions which enlivened the discussion. Needless to say that our colleagues of the department remain, as always, our mainstay in our every endeavor. Thanks to all of you. And last but not the least, I take this opportunity to thank our students who have always, I mean, they are everything that is worthwhile for us, and they make everything meaningful even during these dark days. So a big thank you to our students who are there in the audience. And with this, I think we can wrap up, and our best wishes to you. Enjoy the beautiful spring evening that we are having here now. That is all. Shudipadi, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thanks to everybody with my WhatsApp, all the scholars and chairpersons and speakers respond in time, and they have cooperated with me and our team of the head of the department and our colleagues to conduct such a webinar. This was my dream on Indian iconography. I should make an webinar or maybe seminar, rather webinar. But in our audience, our audience in the dais. I got such a knowledgeable person from Ratan Parimo to Dr. Shati Roy. Each and everybody is thankful. Dr. Kumud Kanitkar, Dr. Nandita Krishna, Dr. Chiravani Nandagopal, Dr. Kiran Khan Chaudhary, Dr. Paramita Das, Dr. Preeta Nair, Dr. Priya Thakur, Dr. Balaji, and Dr. Shati Roy. So, is there, I think Nandita Krishna Madam is there, or Chiravani ji? They want to say something about this seminar?
No, she's not there around, I think.
So, I think we will again contact you and we'll be able to hear your speech in future also.
Yeah.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yes.
And we have a plan. We have a plan that with this seminar, Rita, you can tell me that you tell us that, what is our plan regarding the publications.
Yes.
This is the
We
translation.
plan to publish all the papers. So we'll be sending you mails, and we have already kind of intimated that we'd like to publish these papers. So so that plan is in the pipeline now, and we do hope that it will materialize sometime very soon, very soon. And next time we'll definitely meet offline, not like this, not on StreamYard or on Zoom or on Google Meet.
It's a horrible experience.
It's horrible, horrible. We were so upset in the morning because things were not working at all.
Yeah. Chiramani ji suffered a lot.
Yeah, I was.
It was such a brilliant paper.
Along with you, we are also upset with this coordination.
And it was our fault. It was our loss. It was our loss.
Our loss. Of course, it was
I
our
thought of giving up. I thought of giving up.
Yeah. Thank you once again to everybody.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
We should wait for your write-up, and in this case, we also request to our chairpersons also to write something about this webinar. We will send you a letter later on regarding the publication.
We'll work on publication. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.